welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The soft patter of rain on the weathered wooden shingles serenaded the evening air as I settled into my recently acquired dwelling. An ancient Victorian manor, its history veiled in enigma, stood tall yet somehow aloof from the world surrounding it. The real estate agent had been mysteriously vague about its past, offering only a suspiciously low price and a handful of evasive responses to my inquiries. Peering through the tall windows, I observed autumn leaves waltzing across the neglected garden, their rustling harmonizing with the steady rhythm of raindrops. The warm radiance of my reading light cast elongated shadows on the antique wallpaper, creating illusions that seemed to shift and transform when glimpsed from the corner of my eye. The house came partially furnished, devoid of any personal effects left behind by the previous occupants. No photographs, no letters, no remnants of the lives once lived within these walls. The furniture itself was exquisite, intricate wooden pieces that appeared to belong to various epochs, as if gathered over centuries rather than mere decades. Nestling deeper into the plush armchair by the hearth, a peculiar sensation enveloped me. The residence felt simultaneously familiar and foreign, akin to a recurring dream where the details never quite align with reality. The crackling fire bathed the room in a warm glow, its flickering light bouncing off the crystal chandelier suspended from the ceiling, forming kaleidoscopic patterns that danced along the walls. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 9 times, its deep resonance reverberating through the vacant corridors. Yet, there was a peculiar quality to its tone, as if the sound was reaching my ears through a dense mist. I found myself mechanically counting the chimes, although I couldn't recall winding the clock since my arrival. A gentle breeze whispered through the room, despite all windows being securely shut against the autumn chill. The flames in the fireplace danced, casting fleeting shadows that seemed to morph into shapes just beyond recognition. The fragrance of ancient books and weathered wood wafted through the air, mingled with a sweeter essence, reminiscent of dried flowers pressed between aged pages. Rising from the chair, I felt compelled to explore the numerous chambers of the house. Each doorway led to spaces that defied the external dimensions of the manor. The library, with its towering shelves and sliding ladder, housed volumes in unfamiliar languages, their spines adorned with symbols rather than letters. Tracing my fingers along their leather bindings, I sensed a subtle warmth, as if the books themselves teemed with forgotten wisdom. The kitchen, with its copper vessels hanging from iron racks and colossal hearth, seemed frozen in time. Modern appliances awkwardly coexisted with 19th century cooking tools, like out-of-place intruders in a historical tableau. The marble countertops bore faint stains that shifted hues depending on the light's angle, creating patterns reminiscent of celestial maps. Ascending the spiral staircase to the upper level, each step emitted a distinct musical note, weaving an eerie melody that seemed to trail behind me. The wooden banister felt smooth beneath my touch, worn by countless hands preceding mine. Yet, upon reaching the landing, I realized I couldn't recall the number of steps I had climbed. The upstairs corridor stretched longer than seemed feasible, lined with doors that never appeared in the same position upon a second glance. Paintings adorned the walls between the doors, depicting landscapes of unreal places. Mountains curving impossibly toward violet skies, forests where trees grew sideways, oceans seeming to flow upward. In the master bedroom, moonlight filtered through lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the hardwood floor. The substantial four-poster bed dominated the room, its rich burgundy drapes stirring faintly without a breath of air. The mirror above the vanity reflected the room flawlessly, except for fleeting moments when the reflection seemed to lag slightly behind my movements. Opening the closet unveiled a space that felt deeper than the house's exterior suggested. Empty hangers swayed gently, their metal hooks emitting a soft, melodious tinkling. At the closet's rear, barely discernible in the darkness, stood another door, smaller, crafted of dark wood with a gleaming brass handle. I found myself drawn to that handle countless times in my initial weeks at the house, yet never did my fingers make contact. Each approach was accompanied by a thickening of the air with the scent of rain-soaked soil and something else, something ancient and profound, surpassing mere petrichor. The basement door remained locked, with no key among the ring that came with the house. In the late hours of the night, distant sounds would occasionally rise through the floorboards, not alarming sounds, but akin to distant melodies played on unidentifiable instruments. The tune felt familiar, though I knew I had never heard it before. Time within the house's confines began to unfurl oddly. Some evenings lingered as though days, while whole weeks slipped by in what felt like mere hours. The grandfather clock persisted in its irregular chiming, yet it never seemed to strike midnight. The span between 11 and 1 stretched like warm taffy, filled with the gentle sounds of settling furniture and creaking floorboards that almost formed words. The house appeared to respond to my emotions. On somber days, the rooms felt vast, the ceilings lofty, affording my sorrow ample space to dissipate. In moments of joy, the walls seemed to draw nearer, fashioning snug corners ideal for reading or introspection. The ambient temperature would subtly shift, always maintaining ideal comfort without any intervention on the thermostat. Visitors were scarce, and those who did visit seldom stayed long. They would fall into silence after a few minutes, their gaze darting to corners where shadows deepened without apparent cause. Conversations would fade mid-sentence, replaced by contemplative quietude. Departing guests often struggled to recollect specific details of their visit, as though the house itself had gently erased their memories. My dreams intensified, brimming with visions of the house across different epochs. I beheld it anew, its timber pristine and radiant. I glimpsed it ancient, entwined in vines blooming with flowers that no longer existed. I witnessed it in seasons that never transpired, beneath skies harboring multiple suns. Each morning, uncertainty enveloped me. Had I dreamt at all, or had the house merely shared its reminiscences with me? One unusually tranquil evening, as I sat in the library attempting to decipher one of the cryptic volumes, my reflection in the window caught my attention. Behind me, the room appeared altered, the furniture rearranged, the walls of a different hue, the bookshelves stocked with distinct tomes. When I turned to inspect, everything was as it should be, yet the reflection clung to its alternate reality. I began to grasp that the house existed in myriad times concurrently, akin to pages of a book layered upon each other. Occasionally, these pages would shift, offering glimpses between them. The house hadn't shed its past. It had simply accrued too many to reside in a solitary present. Now, as I pen this by candlelight, the electricity functions flawlessly, but the house appears to favor softer illumination. I sense the weight of myriad untold tales gently pressing against my consciousness. The rain continues its soothing rhythm on the roof, mingling with the erratic chiming of the grandfather clock and the whispered dialogues of unoccupied chambers. I've ceased attempting to decipher why the house selected me, or why the previous inhabitants vanished so completely. Some queries, I've realized, possess a beauty when left unanswered. The house conceals its mysteries, divulging them only in fragments, in dreams, in instances when light cascades just so upon the ancient wooden floors. Perhaps one day I too will meld into the house's anthology of memories, evolving into another stratum in its infinite chronicle. Until then, I linger here, attuned to the quiet melody of a house existing beyond time, perusing books in languages that may never have existed, and mastering the silent dialect of chambers that recollect everything, yet unveil nothing. The grandfather clock chimes once more, an hour that defies existence, and somewhere within the house, a door unveils a room that didn't exist yesterday. I smile, knowing it will vanish upon my search, only to reappear when forgotten completely. This is home now, with all its implausible instants, all its undisclosed anecdotes, all its pasts that never were, and futures that might yet come to pass. Story 2. In the hushed embrace of an ancient forest, where whispers of time lingered among the tangled branches and moss-covered stones, a tale unfolded beneath the canopy of a misty autumn evening. As twilight descended, casting a veil of amber and gray over the woodland, I stumbled upon a spectacle that defied the laws of nature. Suspended roots, like intricate lacework spun by unseen hands, arcing gracefully above the forest floor. Each massive oak tree bore roots thick as my arm, draped in velvety moss, forming delicate patterns in the space between earth and sky. They swayed with a mesmerizing rhythm, untouched by gravity's pull, as if engaged in a silent dance of their own design. Drawn by curiosity, I ventured closer, my footsteps softened by the carpet of fallen leaves, the air growing cooler and fragrant with the essence of the forest. With a gentle touch, I felt the warmth radiating from the suspended roots, a lingering echo of the day's sunlight captured within their sinuous embrace. And so, my journey into the heart of the forest began, each step revealing more of nature's enchanting secret. Trees intertwined their roots to form natural archways, creating a labyrinth where time itself seemed to lose its grip. As I delved deeper into this living tapestry, a symphony of forest sounds enveloped me. The rustle of leaves, the nocturnal calls of hidden creatures, and a subtle humming that seemed to emanate from the very roots that defied gravity. In a secluded clearing, several trees had grown together, their suspended roots forming a sacred cathedral illuminated by patches of luminescent mushrooms. Within this sanctuary of light and shadow, time flowed like a gentle stream, the roots swaying in silent harmony as if guided by an unseen hand. Shadows cast by the roots birthed tiny white flowers that mirrored their intricate patterns on the forest floor, a dance of nature's own creation. As night descended, the luminescent mushrooms cast their ethereal glow, revealing a wondrous sight, droplets of water defying gravity, ascending the roots like celestial orbs dancing in the night sky. Amidst the darkness, the forest whispered its ancient secrets, the humming growing stronger, the shifting spaces between roots offering glimpses of a world both familiar and otherworldly. Hours passed in that enchanted clearing, where shadows wove tales in a language of light, and the roots pulsed with a hidden energy that resonated with my very being. When I finally turned to leave, the forest beckoned me along paths unknown, guided by the soft light of the mushrooms and the lingering hum that echoed in my soul. In the days that followed, I returned to the forest, seeking that elusive clearing where magic danced with the roots suspended in midair. Yet like a dream that slips away at dawn, the sanctuary eluded me, its mysteries shifting and evolving with each visit. And so, I wandered through forests far and wide, listening for the familiar hum that whispered of hidden wonders. In the quiet of night, under a sky painted with stars, I dreamt of that ethereal clearing, where luminescent mushrooms cast their gentle light and shadows whispered tales of forgotten realms. In those dreams, I deciphered the language of the roots, a melody of nature's poetry that faded with the light of day, leaving only a sense of awe and wonder in its wake. For in the heart of every forest lies a realm where magic and mystery intertwine, where roots defy gravity and shadows tell stories as old as time itself. And though the clearing may vanish like a wisp of smoke, its essence lingers in the echoes of the forest, a reminder that beauty and wonder are woven into the very fabric of nature's tapestry, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to listen. Story 3. The soft patter of rain against my window was a familiar lullaby on that autumn evening, coaxing me into a tranquil state of reflection. In the warm glow of my reading lamp, shadows danced across the pages of my journal, where I chronicled the strange occurrences of recent weeks. The scratch of my pen against paper harmonized with the natural symphony outside, creating a serene backdrop to my thoughts. It all began on a misty evening, much like this one, when the sound of carriage wheels echoed through the cobbled streets. Living in a neighborhood steeped in history, such sounds were not uncommon. Yet, this was different. The rhythmic clip-clop of hooves and the steady roll of wheels maintained a hypnotic cadence, never faltering, never varying in pace. Setting down my teacup, I was drawn to the window by the mesmerizing sound. Through sheer curtains, I glimpsed an elegant carriage, its dark silhouette barely visible in the ethereal mist. It moved with an uncanny precision, wheels turning in perfect synchrony, hooves striking the stones with unwavering regularity. No driver graced its top, yet it glided on its path with unwavering resolve. The windows remained opaque, revealing nothing of its occupants, cloaked in a mysterious, light-absorbing material. That first night, I watched it pass by thrice, each circuit precisely 47 minutes apart. I found myself captivated by its punctuality, timing its appearances with a fascination bordering on obsession. As weeks unfolded, the carriage became a nightly visitor to our street. With the setting sun, the familiar sound would herald its approach, casting a hushed spell over the neighborhood. Cats froze in their tracks, birds fell silent, creating an air of anticipation trailing in its wake. Residents, like Mrs. Henderson and the local children, began to take notice, weaving tales of its enigmatic passages through the night. My intrigue deepened, and my journal entries flourished with meticulous details. The dusky hue of its exterior, the dimming of streetlights in its passing, the lingering scent of lilacs and wood smoke left in its mysterious wake. One fog-laden evening, I resolved to pursue it. Wrapped in warmth, I ventured out as the familiar sound drew near. Following the carriage through winding streets and unfamiliar alleys, I lost myself in the fog's embrace. Time blurred, reality shifting as the carriage led me into a dreamscape of unknown origins. The wheel's melody transformed, weaving an ancient melancholic tune that tugged at my memories. Fragrances of lilacs mingled with other exotic scents, evoking forgotten sensations of bygone eras. Lost in this surreal journey, I stumbled, breaking the spell. Returning to reality, the fog lifted, revealing my familiar street bathed in the midnight hour. The church tower's chime marked the moment. That night, a preserved lilac blossom appeared on my desk, a silent testament to my journey through the mist. Months passed, and the carriage continued its endless rounds. I found solace in its perpetual presence, pondering its purpose and destination. The lilac blossom, unchanged by time, whispered secrets of the carriage's enigmatic essence. As rain drummed against my window, I anticipated the approaching sound of wheels on cobblestones. Lost in contemplation, I wondered about the mysteries awaiting those who dared to follow the carriage's eternal path, leading through realms woven between reality and dreams. Story 4. The soft murmur of autumn leaves whispered through the air, creating a tranquil melody that accompanied my evening stroll. In the quiet charm of the old Victorian house at the end of Maple Row, I found solace in its faded grandeur and the allure of solitude it presented. The expansive wraparound porch and intricate gingerbread detailing spoke of a time long past, but it was the sprawling backyard that beckoned to me with its secrets. The evening breeze carried the earthy fragrance of fallen leaves, intermingled with the crisp hint of impending frost. Standing on the back porch, bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun painting the sky, My gaze was drawn to a glint of metal amidst the overgrown foliage. Intrigued, I descended the creaking porch steps, feeling the aged wood yield gently beneath my feet. The grass, dew-kissed and tall, left damp imprints on my shoes as I ventured further into the yard. Pushing through a curtain of drooping willow branches, my breath caught in wonder. Before me, tucked away in a clearing unbeknownst to me, lay an abandoned playground. The steel frame of a swing set rose from the ground like ancient bones, its chain seats swaying ever so lightly in the stillness. A rusted slide curved gracefully downward, its surface etched with patterns resembling delicate frost. A small merry-go-round, its pastel paint faded to ghostly hues, stood frozen in time, a relic of youthful laughter long gone. On that first evening, I stood transfixed as twilight cast shadows over the playground, transforming it into a realm of mystery. The soft clinking of swing chains echoed faintly, almost a figment of my imagination. As darkness enveloped the yard like a velvet cloak, distant echoes of children's laughter, like wind chimes in a storm, seemed to dance on the night breeze. Each subsequent evening, I felt drawn back to the forgotten playground. I would bring a book and settle on the weathered wooden bench nearby, its surface worn smooth by years of weathering. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I glimpsed movements, a swing swaying as if recently vacated, the merry-go-round shifting imperceptibly, or fresh footprints in the morning dew where none existed the night before. One serene evening, beneath the full moon's luminous gaze, I heard it, the unmistakable creak of the swing set's frame. Looking up from my book, I witnessed a solitary swing moving in a perfect arc, as if propelled by unseen hands. The moonlight glistened on the chain links, enveloping the air in a peculiar warmth amidst the autumn chill. That night marked the beginning of strange occurrences. Toys would materialize on the playground, a worn, faded red rubber ball, a neatly coiled jump rope by the slide, chalk drawings that emerged on the concrete base of the swing set, only to vanish with the morning dew. Each item seemed to belong to a different era, as if the playground existed in multiple timelines simultaneously. When neighbors were questioned, conflicting tales surfaced about the playground's origins. Some claimed it was constructed in the 1950s for a neighborhood that never materialized, while others speculated it was a newer addition from the 1970s, though its aged appearance baffled them. An elderly woman, lost in reminiscence, shared anecdotes of playing there as a child, though the timelines she recounted seemed incongruent. With the progression of autumn into winter, the enigma of the playground deepened. Snowy mornings revealed fresh, child-sized footprints crisscrossing the yard, always leading to the playground, never away. The swing would retain warmth even after the coldest nights, and on eerily still evenings, faint melodies of children's songs drifted through the air, just at the threshold of perception. I began documenting the playground's anomalies in a journal, recording each inexplicable event. The haunting melodies the metal structure emitted in the wind, resonating with an eerie familiarity. The cryptic rust patterns that materialized and dissipated, forming what seemed like messages in an unreadable script. The persistent sensation that the playground came alive at night, existing in a realm between wakefulness and dreams. Some nights, I awoke to the gentle squeak of the merry-go-round spinning, its languid motion visible through my window in the moonlit night, empty yet not devoid of companionship. The playground exuded a presence, not menacing but observant, as if safeguarding memories too precious to fade entirely. With the arrival of spring following winter's retreat, I found myself spending more time in the playground. Swinging on the swings, feeling their gentle sway, I occasionally caught whispers carried on the breeze. Children's voices sharing secrets and dreams, orchestrating games without end. The playground seemed suspended in perpetual twilight, blurring the boundaries between past and present, reality and imagination. Walking past the slide, I sometimes caught glimpses in its mirrored surface that were not quite my own reflection. Perhaps a child's visage, or several children, their features blurred but their smiles vivid and radiant. Amidst the darkest nights, I never felt fear in the playground. Instead, there was a sense of invitation into something ancient and ceaseless, a game unfolding for decades, known only to those who had outgrown childhood and moved on. The playground harbored their laughter, tears, scraped knees, and triumphant victories, preserving them like relics in amber. Now, as I pen these words by lamplight, shadows dancing across the pages of my journal, the familiar creak of the swing set reaches my ears. Its resonance is clearer tonight, accompanied by the gentle shuffle of shoes on well-trodden earth. I am aware that if I were to peer out my window, I might witness something beyond comprehension. Children frolicking in moonbeams, their forms translucent as dawn mist, or simply the vacant playground, a sentinel in the night, awaiting the next generation of dreamers to uncover its enchantment. Yet I refrain from looking. Instead, I immerse myself in the harmonious blend of metal and memories, pondering the myriad tales the playground harbors, the joys and discoveries it has observed. Come morning, new chalk drawings will adorn the playground, toys arranged in intricate patterns, fresh enigmas awaiting contemplation. The playground guards its secrets closely, divulging them solely to those who grasp that certain places transcend the ordinary flow of time, existing in a realm where childhood endures unbound. And sometimes on the stillest nights, beneath the full moon's glow and the air pregnant with possibilities, I catch whispers of laughter drifting on the wind like dandelion seeds, traversing the eternal twilight of the forsaken playground, where every game persists, every tale unfolds, and every swing sways, nudged by hands that imprinted their essence decades ago, yet never truly departed. Story 5. The soft patter of raindrops on my bedroom window created a tranquil backdrop for my evening ritual. Each droplet played a gentle tune, harmonizing with the whispers of wind caressing the ancient oak trees encircling my Victorian home. The warm glow of my bedside lamp stretched long shadows across the worn hardwood floors, their movements resembling ethereal dancers in the soft light. I've always been a light sleeper, attuned to the delicate symphony of night sounds that often go unnoticed by most. The creaking of wood in the cooling evening, the distant owl's hoot, and the rustling of leaves in the garden below. These were the melodies that lulled me to sleep. But tonight, a subtle shift was palpable. Another sound, almost imperceptible, intertwined with the familiar nocturnal chorus. Initially, I tried to dismiss it as mere imagination, a common instinct when alone in an old house at night. The sound was rhythmic, akin to breath, yet not entirely human. It seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously, a soft inhale and exhale that didn't match my own breathing or any natural source I could discern. The rain persisted, its steady rhythm almost veiling this new addition to the night's symphony. I lay in bed, enveloped by my grandmother's quilt, its comforting weight grounding me as I focused intently on the mysterious sound. The breathing carried a hint of lavender, a perplexing sensation that played tricks on my senses. How could a sound possess a fragrance? Nevertheless, there it lingered, growing more pronounced with each passing moment, a sweet floral essence reminiscent of my grandmother's homemade lavender sachets. The room's temperature subtly fluctuated, not drastically, but in gentle waves mirroring the enigmatic breath. Warm, cool, as if someone were leisurely passing by, stirring a mild breeze in their wake. The shadows on the wall seemed to pulsate faintly, while the lamp stood steady in its glow. My heavy velvet curtains, fixtures from bygone eras, swayed ever so slightly, despite all the windows being securely shut against the rain. As I gazed, mesmerized, the shadows morphed into more defined shapes. Not menacing or alarming, but curious forms that flirted with recognition. They evoked images of old photographs depicting women in flowing dresses, their skirts frozen in a swirl of motion. The breathing sound gradually sharpened, accompanied by a delicate blend of aged books and tea scents that mingled with the lavender in an oddly familiar manner. The rain's cadence shifted, growing softer, more deliberate, as if it too was captivated by this mysterious presence. My bedside clock ticked steadily, marking time in a world that suddenly felt suspended between heartbeats. The breathing acquired a musical quality, akin to a hum, yet too faint to constitute a proper melody. It carried undertones of solace and wistfulness, resembling a half-forgotten lullaby from childhood. Unconsciously, I synced my breathing with the sound, our rhythms harmonizing in a gentle cadence. As I did, memories not my own but strangely familiar began to surface. Visions of summer garden parties, ladies in white dresses sipping tea under the oak trees, and children playing games in rooms that I recognized as my own, albeit adorned differently. These fleeting images floated through my mind like iridescent soap bubbles, delicate and fleeting. The lavender scent intensified, accompanied by a faint strain of piano music, so distant it could have emanated from a neighboring street or a bygone era. The notes, crystal clear yet distant, reminiscent of a music box winding down to its final turns. I identified the piece, Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, though I couldn't recall ever learning it. Deep into the night, the mysterious breath seemed to carry whispers within it, not quite words, but the echo of long-past conversations. Laughter, sighs, and the soft murmur of voices speaking in hushed tones, interwoven into an auditory tapestry. The shadows continued their languid dance along the walls, now joined by ethereal patterns of light seemingly originating from nowhere, akin to sunlight filtering through leaves, despite the lateness of the hour. I found myself drifting in and out of consciousness, each state as dreamlike as the other. The boundary between slumber and wakefulness blurred like the shadows on my wall. In these twilight moments of awareness, I glimpsed phantom figures moving through my room. Insubstantial, not quite ghosts, but memories taking tangible form in the night's embrace. They moved with elegance and purpose, engaged in long-concluded affairs, paying me no heed. The rain dwindled, its steady drumming evolving into a gentle mist. The breathing persisted, albeit altered, diffusing as though emanating from every corner of the house simultaneously. The scent of lavender mingled with other fragrances, beeswax polish, freshly baked bread, garden roses, each triggering a cascade of half-remembered memories belonging more to the house itself than any individual. With the approaching dawn, indicated by a subtle brightening of the sky visible through my curtains, the breathing began to fade. Not abruptly, but gradually, like a tide withdrawing from the shore. The shadows returned to their usual patterns, now imbued with a deeper significance, a richer meaning. The lavender scent lingered, carrying a sense of parting, or perhaps just until we meet again. When morning arrived, I questioned if the experience had been a dream. Yet there, on my bedside table where no vase had stood the night prior, lay a single sprig of fresh lavender, its tiny blossoms glistening with dew. The rain had ceased entirely, leaving behind a world refreshed and new. As I went about my morning tasks, the echo of that mysterious breath lingered in the air, akin to a conversation paused rather than concluded. Even now, on quiet rainy nights, I catch a faint whiff of lavender carried on the breeze, accompanied by that gentle, rhythmic breath. I've learned not to probe too deeply, but rather allow it to envelop me like the rain itself. Some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than comprehended, their essence residing in the spaces between breaths, in the shadows between moments, in the memories that belong not to us, but to the very air we breathe. Story 6. In the hushed embrace of the forest, the rain whispered secrets to the leaves, creating a delicate symphony that enveloped me as I wandered down the shadowed path. Each step I took was cushioned by the soft carpet of pine needles beneath, muffling the sound and adding to the serene rhythm of the woodland melody. The fading light of the late afternoon filtered through the canopy in gentle, dreamlike rays, casting a surreal glow over everything it touched. A tapestry of scents filled the air. The earthy fragrance of damp soil mingled with the sweet perfume of wild mushrooms scattered across the forest floor. Solitude had always been my companion on these solitary walks, but today a subtle shift in the forest's atmosphere stirred something unfamiliar within me. The well-trodden path seemed to twist and turn in unexpected ways, while the towering trees, ancient sentinels of the woods, leaned in closer than ever before. Their branches swayed in a breeze that eluded me at ground level, weaving a whispered symphony high above my head. As I ventured deeper into the heart of the woods, a delicate mist began to rise from the earth, coiling around the tree trunks like ethereal fingers. The temperature dipped ever so slightly, sending a shiver down my spine and raising goosebumps on my skin. The rain, now a soft, persistent cadence, seemed to beckon me forward with a new, mysterious melody. Through the veil of mist, I glimpsed a peculiar sight. Weathered stone walls draped in emerald moss, emerging from the forest's embrace. These walls, no taller than my chest, bore intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance with each passing glance. They formed the entrance to a labyrinth, a hidden enigma that had never before revealed itself to me in all my years of wandering these woods. As my hand brushed against the warm stone, a gentle vibration pulsed through me, as if the walls themselves were humming an ancient lullaby. The moss beneath my fingertips was velvety soft, emitting a faint glow that grew more pronounced as daylight waned. Without resistance, I followed the winding walls as they meandered, each curve unveiling new wonders, fresh patterns etched in stone, mosses of varying hues, and delicate blooms with petals that shimmered like moonlit dewdrops. The further I delved into the labyrinth, the more the outside world faded into obscurity. The rain's rhythm shifted once more, now aligning with the cadence of my own heartbeat. The mist swirled at my feet, mirroring the intricate designs on the walls, while in the distance a chiming sound, ethereal and elusive, floated on the still air. Time lost its hold as I roamed the labyrinth's winding passages. The diffused light remained constant, casting an otherworldly glow that seemed to emanate from all directions at once. The stone walls, alive with ever-changing patterns, began to reveal tales of forgotten forests and enigmatic beings that defied classification. At a turn in the labyrinth, I stumbled upon a circular clearing, its center graced by a tranquil pool of glassy darkness. Stone benches encircled the pool, their surfaces adorned with the same mesmerizing patterns that adorned the walls. Seating myself on one of the benches, I felt the stone's warmth seep into my being, anchoring me to this mystical realm. The raindrops created fleeting ripples on the pool's surface, carrying tiny sparks of light that danced and twirled before vanishing. Within the depths of the water, elusive shadows flickered, fragments of memories, dreams, or perhaps something beyond my comprehension. The chiming melody drew closer, merging with the rain's song and the rustling whispers of the trees, weaving a symphony that resonated deep within my soul. The mist continued its ethereal dance around the clearing, occasionally taking form before dissipating into formless vapor. Watching the pool, I beheld visions unfolding beneath the surface. A library of self-turning books, a rapid bloom and wither of flowers, a spiral staircase leading into infinite darkness. Were these glimpses of reality, echoes of distant realms, or mere figments of my imagination fueled by the labyrinth's mystical aura? Seated in that enchanted clearing, I found myself becoming one with the labyrinth's enigmatic melody. Boundaries blurred, merging self and surroundings into a seamless tapestry of sensation. The rain, a symphony of ancient notes, caressed my skin, while the shifting patterns on the walls flowed through my thoughts like a gentle stream. At some indeterminate moment, I noticed a change in the path, that had led me to the clearing. Where one entrance had stood, now three beckoned, identical yet divergent, disappearing into the mist-shrouded darkness. The walls pulsed with an inner light, casting dancing shadows that seemed to breathe and move. Aware that dusk approached, I knew I should return, yet the choice of which path to follow eluded me. A silent intuition whispered that each path held its own destination, guiding me to where I needed to be, regardless of my original point of entry. The labyrinth obeyed its own cryptic logic, transcending physical constraints in favor of emotional resonance and intuitive guidance. Rising from the bench, I selected a passage at random. The distant chimes crescendoed, then faded, replaced by a wordless song that emanated from the very stones around me. The mist parted like a veiled curtain, unveiling the path ahead one step at a time. With each stride, a profound calm enveloped me, dispelling any apprehension in the face of the labyrinth's mystique. The rain persisted in its gentle descent, the mist continued its ethereal waltz, and above beyond the unseen canopy, stars emerged to adorn the sky. Whether genuine or illusory, I could not discern. That day, I did not retrace my steps to the familiar forest trail. Instead, I emerged from the labyrinth into my own garden, where the stone walls transformed into blooming shrubs and the mystical patterns faded into ordinary shadows. Though the rain had ceased, droplets lingered on every leaf and petal, refracting the dwindling daylight into myriad hues. Even now, hints of those shifting patterns flicker in my peripheral vision, while distant chimes echo on the cusp of slumber. The labyrinth's haunting melody lingers in my dreams, drawing me back to its enigmatic pathways. On rainy days, when mist weaves its tendrils and light takes on that same dreamlike quality, I find myself scanning the forest's embrace, searching for stone walls among the trees. Could the labyrinth still dwell there, awaiting rediscovery by a soul in need of its peculiar magic? Perhaps it exists solely in the liminal space between wakefulness and reverie, where reality melds with fantasy. Whether tangible or ephemeral, its memory remains a gentle whisper, a reminder that the world teems with enigmas beyond explanation, inviting only experience. The rain falls, the mist rises, and somewhere, in a realm of maybe and might be, an ancient labyrinth of stones continues its eternal dance with time and memory, patiently awaiting the next wanderer to chance upon its veiled paths. Story 7. The gentle flicker of candlelight swayed across the weathered wooden floors of the vintage store, casting soft shadows that danced in a mesmerizing cadence. Rain tapped against the Victorian windows, composing a lulling melody that enveloped the tranquil evening air. Seeking refuge from the autumn storm, I found myself drawn into this peculiar shop, where the warmth mingled with the rich aroma of aged books and polished wood, beckoning me to stay a while longer. Amidst the meticulously arranged array of oddities, my gaze was captivated by a portrait hanging in a secluded nook. The painting portrayed a young woman in a deep blue gown, her features expertly captured with precision. Her skin possessed a porcelain-like radiance that caught and reflected the candle's glow, while her dark tresses seamlessly blended into the shadowy backdrop. Yet it was her eyes that held me spellbound, deep amber pools exuding an uncanny depth, as though imbued with a forgotten artistry that bestowed upon them a liquid-like quality. The shopkeeper, a venerable man with silver hair and wire-rimmed spectacles, noticed my intrigue. His voice, akin to a soothing bedtime tale, resonated in the quiet space. "That portrait carries quite a tale," he murmured, adjusting his sleeve with care. "Painted by an artist who vanished soon after completing it. Rumor has it he devoted years perfecting a unique blend of pigments to capture the lifelike essence in those eyes." Day after day, I found myself drawn back to the shop, inexplicably fascinated by the portrait. Each visit unveiled new intricacies: the gentle folds of her dress, the intricate depiction of her clasped fingers, the enigmatic smile that seemed to shift with every viewing angle. The shopkeeper often regaled me with fragments of the painting's history, each narrative more captivating than the last. On a particularly hushed evening, rain tracing rivulets down the windows, a peculiar observation seized my attention. The woman's eyes seemed to track my movements through the room, not in the typical manner of portraits, but with a subtle ripple within the amber depths, akin to undulations in a serene pond. The candlelight captured these delicate motions, creating fleeting glimmers that vanished when I tried to focus directly on them. The shopkeeper appeared by my side, his voice barely a whisper. They say the artist yearned to encapsulate true life within his art. Delving into ancient methods, experimenting with unconventional materials, some speculate he unearthed something extraordinary, or perhaps something best left undiscovered. As weeks drifted by, subtle shifts in the portrait caught my eye. At times, her countenance appeared softer, more contemplative. At others, a hint of sorrow lingered in the curve of her lips. The changes were so nuanced that I questioned their existence, wondering if they were products of my imagination, amplified by the shopkeeper's anecdotes and the dreamlike ambience of the candle-lit emporium. One twilight, arriving to find the shop cloaked in an unusual darkness, the unlit candles casting shadows, and only the dim light of dusk filtering through the rain-streaked panes, I stood before the portrait. A flash of lightning pierced the room, illuminating a transient moment where the woman's eyes blinked. A rush of wonder, rather than fear, coursed through me. The rain continued its soothing symphony as I drew nearer to the painting. The eyes, now distinctly altered, held a warmth and cognizance that defied mere pigments on canvas. In the dimness, I could swear I witnessed her bosom rise and fall with a gentle breath. The shopkeeper's voice, as soft as snowfall, drifted from behind me. "She reveals herself solely to those who grasp her beauty," he murmured. The artist did not merely capture her likeness, he unearthed something deeper, something that straddles the realms of art and reality. Though I never acquired the portrait, I visited it faithfully. At times, I would linger for hours in the plush armchair near the alcove, engrossed in reading by candlelight, while the woman in the painting observed with her sentient eyes. The shopkeeper would bring tea, and we would share companionable silence, interrupted solely by the rustle of pages and the patter of raindrops. Years have elapsed since then, pondering if it was all a figment of my imagination. The subtle shifts in her expression, the fluidity in her gaze, the sensation of encountering something both exquisite and inconceivable. Yet on tranquil nights when rain whispers against my window, memories of the candlelit store and the portrait that seemed to breathe resurface. In that ephemeral space between wakefulness and slumber, I can still sense her tender gaze trailing me through the shadows. They speak of the portrait lingering in that shop, awaiting visitors attuned to the enigma within those amber eyes. Some swear they have witnessed her smile transform or detected a hint of motion within the canvas. Perhaps the true enchantment lies not in the portrait's vitality, but in those tranquil instants when we permit ourselves to believe in the implausible, suspended in that ethereal realm where art and reality meld like watercolors in the rain. Story 8. The soft rustle of autumn leaves caressed by a gentle breeze on the wooden porch accompanied my nightly ritual of tea before slipping into slumber. Wisps of steam curled lazily from my cup, carrying the sweet fragrance of chamomile and honey, a blend that always eased my mind. The old house, with its familiar creaks and groans, enveloped me in a sense of security as the darkness of night deepened around me. It was then that I noticed a subtle shift in the moon above. Hanging low and full in the sky, a common sight during this season, yet there was an unusual quality to its luminous glow. The silvery light seemed to pulse faintly, akin to the rhythmic beating of a distant heart. Mesmerized, I found myself drawn into this celestial rhythm, my breath aligning effortlessly with its gentle cadence. A peculiar stillness descended, unlike anything I had ever experienced. The whispering leaves fell silent. The evening insects hushed their symphony. In this profound quietude, a mysterious sound began to emerge. A delicate melody, so faint it could be mistaken for a figment of imagination, yet so distinct it refused to be ignored. It was a song without words, a harmony without sound, emanating from the very essence of the moon itself. My tea grew cold, forgotten, as I sat captivated by this unearthly phenomenon. The moonlight thickened, almost tangible, like strands of silver silk cascading from the heavens. These ethereal threads swayed in an unseen breeze, weaving intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient scripts, messages almost decipherable to my senses. Within the confines of the house, shadows stirred, not mere projections cast by passing clouds, but deliberate, graceful movements that followed the silent rhythm of the night. The shadows elongated and twisted along the walls, morphing into shapes resembling human forms, yet distinctly otherworldly. Their fluid motions possessed a grace beyond earthly bounds, a dance of shadows that seemed to tell a story of forgotten lore. Without recollection of standing, I found myself on my feet, the wooden floor humming beneath me with a subtle vibration that resonated through my being. The air chilled slightly, raising goosebumps on my skin, yet no fear gripped me, only an overwhelming sense of awe and tranquility. As the moonlight continued its pulsating dance, the world around me shifted imperceptibly. Colors intensified, yet softened in their hue. The wooden walls appeared to ripple like liquid, and the air itself shimmered with minuscule specks of silver luminescence. Time lost its significance, minutes stretching into hours, hours condensing into fleeting moments. Somewhere within the house, a clock chimed midnight, its tolls distorted and elongated, as if echoing from the depths of an underwater realm. With each somber toll, the silent song of the moon grew more potent, more insistent. The shadows on the walls quickened their pace, their choreography intricate, their forms taking on a semblance of tangible reality. Faces seemed to materialize within their swirling patterns, expressions of joy and serenity mirroring my own inexplicable calm. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the fragrance of night-blooming flowers foreign to my garden. It enveloped me, lifting strands of hair and fabric in a tender caress. And in response, the moonlight wove through the air in elaborate patterns, too complex for mortal eyes to fully comprehend. Enveloped in the impossible radiance, a realization dawned within me, or perhaps a recollection of something long forgotten. The moon's silent melody whispered of ancient enigmas, of realms existing between the tick of seconds, of dimensions brushing against our own reality like silk against skin. It spoke of nights when the boundaries between actuality and possibility wavered, inviting exploration. The shadows continued their enigmatic dance, beckoning me to join. My feet moved of their own volition, following steps to a rhythm I had never learned, yet knew intrinsically. The moonlight draped around me like a celestial cloak, and for a fleeting moment I felt weightless, as though I could step off the porch and traverse the silvered path above. Slowly, almost regretfully, the intensity of the experience began to wane. The shadows settled back into their static state, the moonlight diminishing to its usual full glow. The silent song faded, leaving behind an echo that reverberated in my bones. Seated once more in my chair, my tea now cold, the night had reverted to its ordinary guise. Crickets chirped, leaves whispered, and the old house crooned its familiar lullaby. Yet something pivotal had shifted, irreversible and profound. I knew that henceforth the moon would hold a different allure, a mystery that blurred the lines between dream and reality. And so on tranquil nights when the moon loomed full in the sky, I would linger on the porch, awaiting a whisper of that silent song, a glimmer of silver strands in the air. The shadows, oh, they remembered the dance, even if they no longer performed it. They reached out with a knowing elegance, as though intimating that certain enigmas are destined to elude comprehension. existing within the exquisite realm between wakefulness and reverie. Perhaps therein lies their rightful place, in that twilight domain where the moon chants its wordless hymn and shadows pirouette to melodies only the soul can discern. And in that space, in that moment of marvel and potential, I discover a tranquility that transcends explanation, a magic that transcends language. Evening tea still graces my porch, where I observe the moon ascending over the horizon. And occasionally, just occasionally, when the night holds its breath and my thoughts align in perfect serenity, I detect the faint pulse of silver light, akin to a distant heartbeat beckoning me to a dance whose intricacies elude full comprehension, but whose memory will forever linger. Story 9. As the deepening twilight caressed the ancient stone walls with a velvety purple hue, I found myself standing at the threshold of the forsaken monastery. The fading light painted a surreal picture as mist weaved through the weathered arches, carrying the intoxicating fragrance of wild roses that intertwined with the aged stones. A serene stillness blanketed the air, a prelude to the night's embrace, where even the birds seemed to hold their melody in anticipation of darkness. Intrigued by the tales of its haunting allure, I ventured to capture the ruins through the lens of my camera, its weight a comforting presence against my chest in this unfamiliar realm. Sunlight, on its final descent, filtered through shattered windows, casting elongated shadows that waltzed across the time-worn flagstones. Each footstep whispered through the empty halls, harmonizing with the gentle rustle of leaves carried by the evening zephyr. The monastery, a silent witness to centuries of prayers and secrets, now found solace in nature's embrace. Ivy enveloped the stone in a loving embrace, while moss carpeted the floors in a lush green tapestry. Progressing further into the labyrinthine structure, a subtle chill crept into the air, despite the summer's warmth. The stone glistened under the faint light, a mystical dance captured by my camera's flash. A peculiar quality of light beckoned me towards a corridor adorned with remnants of ancient frescoes. The figures in the paintings seemed to shift in my peripheral vision, a ghostly movement that dissipated upon direct gaze. As darkness descended, a peculiar essence seeped into the wind that whispered through the ruins. It bore a purposeful flow, akin to unseen fingers caressing the stone walls, occasionally murmuring in a language just beyond comprehension. Setting up my tripod within what seemed to be the monastery's central chapel, I prepared for long exposure shots in the dwindling light. Reverence lingered in the decaying space, with stained glass remnants casting kaleidoscopic patterns on the floor under my camera's gaze. Amid adjusting settings, a melodic rhythm emerged from the ambient whispers around me, as the wind weaved a symphony through the ancient corridors. The fragrance of roses mingled with the earthy scent of moss, enveloping me in a hypnotic trance. Observing through the camera's viewfinder, shadows pooled in peculiar formations, responding to the wind's rhythmic caress like a slumbering giant's breath. Despite capturing image after image, I sensed these subtle movements eluded the grasp of my lens. Night deepened, and the air grew colder, my breath crystallizing in wisps that lingered without frost. The wind's whispers intensified, almost urgently, carrying an echo that seemed to call my name in the rustling passages and echoing tiles. Drawn further into the heart of the monastery, an inexplicable allure guided my steps. Moonlight cascading through the fractured roof painted ethereal shapes that shifted in the darkness, teasing recognition like faces in rippling water. Within what must have been the monastery's library, vacant shelves lined the walls, their age-darkened wood resonating with the wind's whispered verses. The shadows deepened, pulsating gently with each breath of wind, while the whispers danced through the room like pages turning in an unseen tome. Framing the moonlight cascading over the empty shelves for a final shot, I closed my eyes and surrendered to the symphony of the wind's ancient tales. Upon opening my eyes, I sensed a shift in the darkness, as shadows gained depth, offering glimpses into an elusive elsewhere. The wind's song crescendoed, resonating through my very being, though the air remained eerily tranquil. Peripheral movements hinted at robed figures flitting between the bookshelves, vanishing upon scrutiny. Reluctantly gathering my gear as the hour grew late, the wind bid a farewell in its whispers, the fragrance of roses saturating the air with a bittersweet embrace. Glancing back at the monastery's entrance, I beheld a shimmering spectacle in the moonlight, suspended between realms, between moments. Reviewing the photographs later revealed only stone and shadow, yet in the dead of night, when the wind murmurs outside my window, echoes of that otherworldly melody linger. In dreams, I return to the moonlit ruins, where the wind divulges its ancient secrets to those who listen with patience. In quiet contemplation, I pondered the animated shadows and the whispers that almost formed coherent words. The enigma of that night remains unsolved, existing in the liminal space between reality and imagination, where mysteries thrive. The monastery endures, its stones echoing an eternal song to the wind. Sometimes, thoughts of returning linger, of waiting amidst the ancient tomes until shadows deepen and whispers stir once more. Yet a sense whispers that some doors, once opened, can never be found again, forever residing in memory, in dreams, and in the tales we weave when the night is darkest, and the wind speaks in voices that beckon us to realms unknown. Story 10. The wooden steps whispered beneath my feet as I climbed the ancient dwelling of the lighthouse keeper, each creak a soft echo of bygone days. Outside, the autumn breeze hummed against the weathered walls, a melodic serenade blending with the very essence of the structure. Drawn here by my grandmother's letter, I entered a realm where time flowed differently, where reality and dreams danced in harmony. The air held traces of old books and sea salt, mingling with the earthy aroma of rain-soaked wood. Tracing the intricate carvings on the mahogany banister as I reached the third floor, I felt the history etched into its smooth surface by generations of hands. Evening light filtered through tall windows, casting elongated shadows that waltzed across faded wallpaper like silent performers in an eternal ballet. In my coat pocket rested my grandmother's final letter, its pages worn soft from repeated readings. The tower harbors secrets, her elegant script had penned, but they are secrets that whisper, that beckon rather than intimidate. When the time is right, follow the path of the leaning shadow. It will reveal forgotten truths. The top floor unveiled a circular chamber bathed in perpetual twilight. Dust motes danced lazily in the amber sunlight, creating halos around furniture. A high-backed chair, a table with a brass lamp, and walls adorned with mysterious instruments. Yet, my gaze was drawn to the tower itself, its impossible tilt visible through the eastern window against the darkening sky. Sinking into the welcoming embrace of the reading chair, the leather molded to my frame as if anticipating my arrival. The brass lamp cast a gentle glow, barely reaching the room's edges, shrouding them in comforting shadows. Below, the building murmured with settling wood and gentle creaks, a soothing rhythm, as though the structure itself breathed. For 4 decades, my grandmother had tended to this place, a keeper of the lighthouse and its enigmatic secrets. Locals spoke of her with reverence and awe, recounting tales of lights flickering at odd hours, of ethereal music drifting through the air, and of visitors leaving with serene smiles but sealed lips about their revelations. As the sun descended, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The tower's shadow, cast by the setting sun, defied natural laws, tracing a mesmerizing pattern across the floor. It reached out to specific objects, a silver box, an old compass, before settling on a nondescript section of paneling. Following my grandmother's guidance, I waited until the shadow aligned with a hidden seam. With a gentle push, the panel swung inward, revealing a narrow passageway that spiraled upward into the heart of the tower. Ascending, I noticed the walls adorned with shifting, elusive script that defied direct focus. The tower's lean intensified, yet I maintained balance effortlessly, as if the angle was the tower's natural state. Emerging into the upper chamber, I beheld a space larger than logic allowed. Windows framed diverse vistas, a tranquil sea at sunset, star-studded skies, and unfamiliar landscapes. At the room's center stood a peculiar device, part astronomical instrument, part music box, its components gleaming in ethereal light. Adjacent lay a leather-bound notebook filled with my grandmother's words. "You have reached the core," the first page whispered. "The tower awaits, as it awaited me and others. It is not just an instrument, but a key to gentle mysteries between moments, breaths, heartbeats." The subsequent pages held instructions veiled in poetic suggestions, a fusion of physics and dreams. They spoke of attuning to the instrument's subtle movements, of harmonizing with the tower's lean. As night enveloped the tower, understanding dawned upon me. The tilt was not a flaw but a design, capturing hidden currents of time and possibility. The instrument translated these intangible forces into experiences beyond measurement, to be felt and cherished. Hours melded into moments as I communed with the instrument, glimpsing fleeting scenes in the windows, my grandmother's youthful visage, children frolicking in a vanished garden, ships sailing under unborn stars. A profound serenity enveloped me with the night, unveiling the essence of the tower's whispered secrets. With dawn's approach, I descended the spiral passage, re-emerging as the morning hues painted the sky. The tower's shadow now pointed west, heralding a fresh day, yet I knew it would weave its enigmatic path once more at nightfall. Nestled in the reading chair, the night's revelations draped around me like a familiar cloak. The brass lamp's soft glow mingled with dawn's light filtering through the windows, while seabirds' cries carried on the wind. My grandmother's letter felt transformed, an invitation to a legacy unfolding before me. The tower, leaning toward the sky, cradled moments and mysteries in its graceful tilt, inviting me to witness, learn, and contribute to its tapestry of gentle enigmas. As morning bathed the chamber, I lingered in the chair, attuned to the tower's tranquil rhythm, where reality bent to allow magic to slip through, where mysteries whispered rather than shouted. The tower, leaning skyward, gathered stories like starlight, sharing them with receptive hearts. The morning light grew, but I remained, listening to the building's quiet cadence, feeling time flow both forward and sideways through the tower's tilted spaces. More discoveries awaited, more truths to uncover. Yet for now, being present in this realm sufficed. The tower would maintain its eternal vigil, leaning toward the heavens, weaving tales for those willing to listen, not with ears alone, but with their souls. Story 11. The hushed murmur of the wind weaving through ancient pines caressed the cool morning air as I wandered along the meandering mountain path. Each step I took whispered softly on the carpet of fallen pine needles, creating a gentle cadence that harmonized with the rhythm of my own heartbeat. The mist draped low and dense, enfolding the towering trees in a velvety embrace, muffling even the faintest rustlings of the wilderness. Solitary hikes had always beckoned to me, offering solace in the tranquil bosom of nature. Yet this morning carried a different aura. The stillness seemed profound, reaching depths I had never plumbed before. Not even the customary symphony of birdsong graced the air, as if the mountain itself held its breath in anticipation. Nestled in my backpack lay an old leather journal, the catalyst for my expedition. At an estate sale, I had chanced upon it, its pages filled with enigmatic musings about this specific range of mountains. The former owner, an elderly naturalist who had dwelled in these lands for decades, chronicled peculiar occurrences that unfolded in these lofty heights. He spoke of places where sound gathered like a reservoir, hidden in valleys, locations where whispers from afar resonated with crystal clarity, while shouts mere feet away dissipated into nothingness. Ascending higher, the mist thickened, and the silence deepened. My footfalls, once a comforting accompaniment, now sounded distant and muffled, as if belonging to a stranger. The atmosphere grew noticeably denser, exerting a gentle yet persistent pressure on my ears. Halting to sip water from my canteen, the act of swallowing reverberated strangely in my mind, casting doubts on whether I truly heard the sound with my ears. The journal alluded to a specific clearing, denoted by a circle of weathered stones, where the silence supposedly reached its zenith. According to the naturalist's writings, those who stumbled upon it often encountered something he cryptically termed the quiet that speaks, a concept that grew increasingly enigmatic and fragmented in his later entries. As the trail wound around a colossal boulder, I glimpsed the clearing for the first time. 7 ancient stones, standing about waist-high, formed a rough circle amidst the trees. Wisps of mist twirled and pirouetted among them, weaving intricate patterns that seemed almost purposeful. The air within this enclave hung motionless, yet the mist continued its hypnotic dance. Stepping into the circle, a shift seized me instantly. The pressure in my ears intensified, though not uncomfortably so. It felt akin to being submerged in tepid water. The silence here bore a different essence. It pulsated with vitality, as if sentient. My breath became inaudible, yet I sensed the rise and fall of my chest. The crunch of pine needles underfoot had ceased entirely. Seating myself in the circle's heart, propped against one of the smaller stones, I unfurled the journal. The naturalist's concluding entry arrested my gaze. The silence whispers memories, revealing what you must hear, if only you listen beyond your ears. With those words, a shift transpired in my perception. The silence acquired texture and depth, akin to layers of gossamer fabric sliding against each other. Within that profound stillness, I discerned sounds that defied existence. The tinkling laughter of children frolicking in a distant schoolyard, the rhythmic creak of my grandmother's rocking chair, the soft patter of summer rain on a tin roof from bygone years. These were not mere reminiscences or echoes. They felt immediate yet remote, as though the silence functioned as a lens focusing distant moments. I shut my eyes, allowing these spectral sounds to wash over me. Each carried not only the auditory essence of the memory, but the entire sensory experience. The fragrance of my grandmother's lavender perfume, the balmy summer breeze on my skin, the flavor of rain. Time ebbed away as I lingered there, enveloped in this cocoon of vibrant silence. The sun commenced its descent by the time I reopened my eyes, its luminance barely piercing the perpetual mist enshrouding the circle. As I readied to depart, a sight arrested me. My silhouette on the ground was not solitary. Faint yet distinct shadows moved at the periphery of my vision. Upon direct scrutiny, they dissipated, yet their presence lingered. The journal bore a final scribble, penned in unsteady hand on its last leaf. They are the custodians of the quiet realms, the curators of forgotten echoes, harmless beings, yearning to impart their collection to those who comprehend how to listen. Descending the mountain, the ambient sounds of the world gradually resurfaced. The crunch of my steps, the whisper of wind among the trees, the distant call of a lone bird. Yet a transformation had occurred. The silence had imprinted upon me, a subtle resonance that still thrummed within my bones. At times, in the tranquil moments preceding slumber, I catch echoes of them once more. Those impossible sounds carried on veils of silence. And occasionally, in the dead of night, when the world holds its breath, I swear I glimpse those shadows in my periphery, patiently awaiting to share their treasury of resonances with any receptive soul. The naturalist spoke true. The mountain harbors enigmas in its stillness, narratives inscribed in the absence of sound. Despite revisiting countless times since that inaugural encounter, I have yet to rediscover that particular clearing. Perhaps it discloses itself solely to those who necessitate the revelations born by silence. Or perhaps, akin to the shadows and their trove of sounds, It exists in a realm betwixt moments, where silence unfurls to articulate. Story 12. In the hush of an autumn night, a soft murmur of a breeze carried the distant echo of bells to my bedroom window. Their delicate chimes, like whispers from another realm, danced on the edge of perception, blending with the stillness that enveloped the hour. Initially, I brushed off the sound as a figment of my imagination, a whimsical play of the wind among the ancient oak trees encircling my grandmother's Victorian estate. The grandfather clock in the hallway marked the passage of time, its rhythmic ticking a steady companion to the ethereal tolling that floated in the air. Having inherited the house a mere 3 weeks prior, each night unfurled new revelations about its essence and hidden depths. The creaking floorboards that sang a melodic tune, the shadows that waltzed across the walls with the passing of clouds, and now these elusive bells, as gentle as moonbeams woven into sound. Rising from my bed, I enveloped myself in the warmth of my grandmother's cherished cashmere shawl, a cocoon of memories scented with lavender and the embrace of well-worn wool. The house seemed transformed under the cloak of night, vibrant with a whispered vitality, shedding its daylight guise. My steps, silent on the plush oriental carpets, guided me towards the window, drawn by the enchanting peals of the mysterious bells. Below, the garden lay bathed in the moon's misty glow, dew-kissed petals shimmering like scattered jewels. The ancient fountain, its stone cherub frozen in time, exuded a silent presence, as though it too was attuned to the ethereal melody. The bell song beckoned once more, now clearer, carrying a tune that felt almost familiar, reminiscent of a half-forgotten lullaby from childhood. Despite my grandmother's countless tales of the house shared over cups of chamomile tea, she had never spoken of these bells. Her stories wove a tapestry of generations past, yet this particular mystery remained shrouded, its origins veiled in secrecy like the early morning mist. Nestling into the window seat, I gazed out as tendrils of fog crept over the garden, the air laced with the heady fragrance of night-blooming jasmine mingling with the earthy scent of autumn. The bell tones seemed to intertwine with the mist, creating a symphony of silver threads in the ancient night. The library below housed my grandmother's trove of local history books, a possible source of answers. Intrigued by the prospect of unlocking the secrets within those leather-bound tomes, I descended the grand staircase, each step accompanied by a soft toll of the bells, a spectral chorus guiding my path. The library door yielded with a gentle creak, engulfing me in the familiar embrace of aged books and moonlit shadows. Fingers trailing along the spines, I found the section on local lore, each volume a portal to bygone eras. As I selected one book, a fragile paper drifted to the floor, bearing my grandmother's elegant script, detailing the tale of bells that once adorned a chapel long vanished, their spectral peals resonating on nights when the boundaries between worlds blurred. The chapel's former site, now the garden's heart, held the buried remnants of its foundation, the tolling bells lost to time, yet their essence lingering, a ghostly reverberation of the past. My grandmother had sensed their presence on nights akin to this one, when the moon reigned supreme and autumn's mists embraced the land. A soft chime drew my gaze back to the window, the fog transforming the garden into a dreamscape where reality and illusion intertwined. An ephemeral vision of a stone chapel materialized, its bell tower reaching towards the heavens, only to dissolve when I blinked, leaving behind the tranquil moonlit garden. Returning to my room, the note clutched in hand, I found solace in its yellowed pages. The spectral bells continued their melodic serenade, now a soothing lullaby rather than an enigma to unravel. Some mysteries, it seemed, were destined to remain veiled, existing in the liminal realm between waking and dreaming. Drifting towards slumber, cocooned in the embrace of ancestral wool and cherished memories, the spectral bells merged with the house's heartbeat. In that twilight realm between consciousness, I comprehended why my grandmother had kept silent on the matter. Certain experiences transcended words, nestled in the spaces where reality and reverie converged. The bells, their ethereal melody resonating on select evenings, carried tales of those who had tread before me, of love and loss intertwined in time's eternal waltz. I chose not to delve deeper than the single note revealed, opting instead to let the enigma linger. Like the house itself, certain truths were meant to be felt, experienced in the silence that dwells between comprehension and wonder. And so I listened, as my grandmother once did, to the gentle cadence of bells that existed in the twilight realm of memory and mystery, a reminder that life's true beauty often thrives in the spaces between knowledge and dreams. Story 13. The soft patter of rain against the window pane created a gentle lullaby as I sank into the plush embrace of my favorite armchair in the cozy study. The old house murmured around me, its time-worn wooden frame sighing in the crisp autumn air. A steaming cup of chamomile tea rested beside me, its fragrant tendrils weaving through the air, dancing with the scent of ancient leather-bound books that nestled on the shelves. My gaze wandered to the enigmatic painting that now graced the wall above the marble fireplace, a portrait that had found its way into my possession during an estate sale not long ago. The woman within the frame was veiled in a diaphanous ivory shroud, her dark eyes seeming to penetrate the delicate fabric with an intensity that both intrigued and unsettled me. The artist had captured a sense of ethereal movement in the way the veil floated around her visage, as if caught in a perpetual whispering breeze. As the evening deepened and the rain's melody grew stronger, I found myself drawn deeper into the painting's depths. Subtle details emerged from the shadowed background, a hint of pearl necklace, a glimpse of a rich burgundy gown, and a faint reflection of a garden scene in a distant window. The brushstrokes were masterful, creating an illusion of depth and translucency that shifted with the changing light. In the warm glow of the reading lamp, the study was bathed in a soft, comforting light, casting the rest of the room into a comforting darkness. My eyes lingered on the veil, tracing its delicate folds repeatedly. The rain's rhythm outside seemed to lull me into a state between consciousness and slumber. In this hazy twilight, the portrait seemed to come alive with new dimensions. The veil rippled ever so slightly, as if stirred by an unseen breath. The woman's eyes, deep and mysterious, held secrets on the brink of revelation. A sudden gust of wind made the lamp flicker, and in that momentary dance of light, a hidden detail in the painting caught my eye. In the window's reflection behind the veiled woman, amidst the painted foliage, stood another figure, veiled like the subject but distant, watching. A shiver of intrigue tingled down my spine, sparking curiosity rather than fear. Other hidden elements began to materialize before my eyes, the pearl necklace forming intricate patterns and the garden scene in the reflection appearing displaced in time and space. As the rain continued its gentle serenade, the scent of old roses wafted through the room, though no flowers adorned the study. It evoked memories of the garden in the painting, hinting at a deeper connection beyond the visual realm. I pondered the woman's identity, weaving tales of her existence in my mind. Was she a noblewoman from a bygone era, or an enigmatic artist choosing to remain veiled in her creations? The lamp's glow dimmed imperceptibly, casting a soft radiance that seemed to emanate from the woman's eyes themselves. The veil grew more translucent, teasing glimpses of her hidden countenance without fully unveiling it. As sleep tugged at my consciousness, I noticed a final detail, a small key dangling from a delicate chain, concealed within the folds of her gown. Drifting into slumber, I fancied I heard the whisper of silk brushing against canvas, and the faintest echo of a smile beneath the painted veil. In that fleeting moment before sleep claimed me, a notion fluttered through my mind. Perhaps the woman was not veiled at all, but gradually revealing her truths, one stroke at a time, to those patient enough to perceive them. I awoke the next morning in the armchair, greeted by warm sunlight streaming through the windows. The painting hung serenely above the hearth, seemingly unchanged, yet with each passing evening, new revelations emerged from its depths, as if the portrait itself held the key to its own enigma. In the tranquil interlude between wakefulness and dreams, I pondered whether the painting was not a mere depiction of a veiled woman, but a veil in itself, a boundary between worlds thinning with each nocturnal visitation. Story 14. The hushed murmur of the wind caressing ancient trees carried with it the delicate fragrance of pine and moist earth, enveloping me as I treaded the winding path through the forest. Dusk descended slowly, painting the sky with hues of lavender and deep blue. The wooden lantern I held emitted a soft, flickering light that danced upon the moss-covered ground, conjuring shadows that seemed to pulse with each step I took. I had been meandering for what felt like an eternity, seeking solace amidst the whispers of the natural world. The forest had always been my sanctuary, but on this particular night, a sense of peculiar unease lingered in the air. A stillness cloaked the surroundings, as if the very woods were holding their breath in anticipation. Even the usual symphony of evening insects was subdued, their melodies mere whispers in the encroaching darkness. Delving deeper into the heart of the forest, my gaze was captivated by an anomalous cluster of trees ahead. Their branches had interwoven over countless years, creating a complex canopy that fashioned what seemed to be a natural haven. The sight arrested my movement. In all my wanderings through these woods, I had never chanced upon this specific grove. Drawing nearer, I observed how the branches had twisted and fused in manners that defied conventional growth patterns. They formed arches and passageways, akin to the corridors of a forgotten palace fashioned by the hand of nature itself. The bark appeared smooth in places where it should have been rough, as if caressed by infinite hands across endless epochs. My lantern's glow unveiled intricate designs etched into the wood, spirals and curves that might have been wrought by wind and time, or perhaps by something beyond comprehension. The air within the shelter exuded a warmth distinct from the surrounding forest, carrying a subtle, sweet scent that eluded my identification. It bore hints of honey and aged tomes, with an underlying essence of exotic unfamiliarity. Stepping beneath the woven canopy, the sound of my footfalls transformed, resonating with a hollow timber as if I walked upon wooden floorboards rather than the forest floor. Curious trinkets caught my eye as I explored the shelter. Fragments of colored glass nestled among the branches, reflecting my lantern's glow like captured stars. Pieces of what resembled paper or parchment were delicately entwined in the smaller twigs, their edges softened by time and weather until they appeared as natural as the surrounding foliage. Venturing further into the shelter, I discerned subtle alterations in the atmosphere. The temperature continued its gradual ascent, while the quality of light shifted within this enigmatic space. My lantern's radiance assumed a greenish hue, filtered through layers of living leaves even though the canopy above obstructed natural light. A faint sound reached my ears, a blend of hum and melody, barely perceptible yet persistent. It seemed to emanate from the wood itself, fluctuating like a gentle breath. Upon touching one of the larger branches, I detected a faint vibration, as if the tree resonated with music from the depths below. In a secluded corner of the shelter, I stumbled upon a small alcove formed by 3 trees arranged in a perfect triangular configuration. Their branches had interlaced to create a natural chair, accompanied by a small platform that resembled a table. Adorning this platform were peculiar objects, smooth stones arranged in intricate patterns, dried blossoms of unfamiliar origin, and ancient coins adorned with cryptic symbols. As night fully descended outside, the shelter stirred with subtle movements. Shadows danced in ways that defied my lantern's sway, and occasional glimpses of soft lights darted between the branches. Perhaps fireflies, though their motions betrayed a purposeful precision. The longer I lingered in this peculiar grove, the more I unearthed details that challenged my perception of the natural and the crafted. Some of the smaller branches appeared shaped into elaborate knots and designs, resembling writing in a script foreign to me. Yet the growth patterns appeared organic, as if the trees themselves had chosen to grow in such a manner, rather than being shaped by human hands. A gentle breeze wafted through the shelter, carrying with it the distant chime of bells, though no visible instruments adorned the surroundings. The harmonious melody seemed to resonate from all directions simultaneously, weaving a tranquil tune that weighed upon my eyelids. The natural chair I had encountered earlier beckoned invitingly, and I found myself sinking into its unexpectedly comfortable embrace. As I settled, the wood's humming intensified ever so slightly, a soothing undertone rather than a disquieting one. The patterns of lights I had observed earlier commenced a slow, hypnotic dance, reminiscent of celestial constellations in motion. My lantern's light dimmed imperceptibly, time slipping away in the mystique of this peculiar sanctuary. The outer forest dissipated, replaced by a serene sense of seclusion that felt both alien and strangely familiar. Drifting between wakefulness and dreams, I discerned further alterations within the shelter. The branches seemed to shift and sway when glimpsed from the corner of my eye, yet remained motionless when I focused directly upon them. The glass fragments ensnared in the wood emanated a gentle luminosity, casting a soft aurora that pirouetted across the woven canopy above. The fragrance in the air grew more potent, still sweet, yet tinged with echoes of antiquity and sagacity, akin to the aroma of ancient libraries intermingled with the vitality of spring. Distant voices, murmuring in unknown tongues, drifted upon the breeze, their whispers soft and enigmatic. My consciousness ebbed, and I became cognizant of a presence within the shelter, not menacing, but vigilant and ageless. It appeared to emanate from the very essence of the grove itself, as though the entwined branches were but the visible manifestation of a slumbering vast intelligence. The wood's humming adopted an almost conversational cadence, oscillating in patterns that hinted at profound meaning, though eluding my grasp. Upon regaining full awareness, I noticed morning light filtering through the canopy, casting intricate patterns on the ground that seemed to coalesce into quasi-recognizable shapes. My lantern had extinguished, its fading unnoticed amidst the shelter's mystique. In daylight, the enigmatic grove possessed an altered demeanor, still enigmatic yet now distant, as if receding into the ordinary forest. As I prepared to depart, a peculiar object rested upon the natural table beside me. A singular leaf contorted into an impossible formation that echoed the cryptic writing adorning the branches. Upon picking it up, the leaf unfurled in my grasp, reverting to its natural state with such swiftness that I questioned if it had transpired at all. Navigating back through the forest, I endeavored to etch the path to the shelter into my memory, noting landmarks and distinct trees. Yet, with each step, the woods seemed to shift around me, the path subtly altering until I no longer discerned my initial direction. To this day I revisit the forest, yearning for that extraordinary grove. Occasionally, I glimpse what may be interwoven branches in the distance, or catch a familiar hum upon the breeze. However, the shelter itself remains elusive, manifesting solely in dreams and recollections that possess a veracity surpassing reality. Perhaps it unveils itself solely to those most in need, proffering sanctuary and enigma in equal measure to weary wanderers seeking both. The sole tangible residue of my encounter is a lingering sensitivity to the whispers of trees, and the unwavering conviction that somewhere within the deep forest, beneath its entwined branches, the shelter persists in its ancient vigil, awaiting the next traveler in want of its peculiar enchantment. Story 15. The autumn breeze whispered through the branches as I strolled along the meandering path leading to my grandmother's ancient Victorian home. The worn wooden steps groaned softly under my steps, a melody of familiarity from countless childhood visits. The porch lanterns, usually aglow with a warm radiance, stood ominously dark that night, their glass panes reflecting only the faint moonlight. It had been 3 months since I inherited the house, a gift following my grandmother's peaceful departure in her slumber. Every evening, like a ritual, I would ignite the 12 antique lanterns at sunset, just as she had faithfully done for decades. It was a way to keep her spirit alive in this abode filled with cherished memories. But on this particular night, a subtle shift stirred the air. A strange stillness enveloped the surroundings, laden with the fragrance of rain-soaked earth and aged timber. Retrieving my set of keys, my hand brushed against the brass lighter in my coat pocket, the very same one my grandmother had wielded for years, its surface smoothed by the passage of time. Entering the foyer, I was greeted by the familiar essence of lavender and old books, an aroma crafted by my grandmother through years of burning dried blooms and amassing leather-bound tomes. My footsteps echoed softly on the polished hardwood as I traversed the house, illuminating the vintage wall sconces that bathed the Victorian wallpaper in a soft amber hue. Commencing my nightly routine, I approached the lantern by the entrance. The brass lighter clicked as I struck it, but the wick remained unyielding to the flame. Perplexed, I made another attempt, yet the wick steadfastly refused to ignite, despite being recently replaced. Progressing to the next lantern, I encountered the same resistance, a mysterious defiance against the flame. A cool breeze stirred the ivy cascading over the porch, casting dancing shadows on the wooden planks. The moon ascended higher, its silver glow filtering through the foliage, weaving intricate patterns that seemed to sway and shift with a life of their own. As I circled the porch, each lantern remained shrouded in darkness. All 12 stood silent, reflecting only my growing bewilderment. The brass lighter, always reliable until now, performed flawlessly when tested on a candle from inside, the flame burning strong and unwavering. The grandfather clock's gentle ticking floated in through an open window, a reminder of the passage of time. Yet this night seemed to exist in a realm beyond time, as if the darkness of the lanterns had created a pocket of tranquility in the world. Recollections of my grandmother's tales about the lanterns resurfaced, stories shared on quiet evenings as we swayed together on the porch swing. She spoke of their ancestral lineage, each lantern painstakingly crafted by my great-great-grandfather. One narrative, in particular, lingered in my thoughts, a tale of the lanterns refusing to illuminate on significant occasions. Settling onto the porch swing, I surrendered to its familiar sway, harmonizing with the nocturnal symphony. The air grew cooler, carrying the sweet perfume of nearby honeysuckle. In the distance, an owl's soft call mingled with the rustle of leaves. Amidst the stillness, my gaze fixed on the darkened lanterns, noticing something peculiar. Thin, almost imperceptible silver threads spanned the gaps between them, faintly visible in the moon's glow. These elusive filaments materialized and vanished with each blink, akin to gossamer catching the light. The grandfather clock chimed midnight, its resonant tones reverberating through the serene night. With every toll, the silver threads grew more defined. As the 12th chime rang out, they formed a complete circle, linking all 12 lanterns in a delicate web of luminescence. Within this ethereal circle, the atmosphere felt altered, weightier, yet strangely vibrant. The scent of lavender intensified, reminiscent of my grandmother's perfume. The porch swing shifted subtly, though no breeze stirred, as if an unseen presence had settled beside me. Motionless, I observed as the silver threads throbbed gently, resembling a heartbeat. In their soft glow, shadowy figures began to materialize, spectral forms that danced between the lanterns. They were nebulous, more suggestion than substance, yet evoked a sense of familiarity I couldn't decipher. The longer I watched, the clearer the revelation became. These weren't mere lanterns. They were custodians of memory, protectors of familial lore. Their refusal to illuminate wasn't a malfunction, it was an invitation. On nights when the barrier between past and present waned thin, they embraced darkness to unveil a deeper truth. Hours slipped by unnoticed as I lingered there, enveloped in the nocturnal symphony and the subtle movements of the shadows. Gradually, the silver threads faded as dawn approached, vanishing entirely with the sun's first rays. Rising from the swing, my grandmother's brass lighter exuded a comforting warmth in my pocket. Revisiting the initial lantern, it ignited effortlessly, casting a steady, luminous flame. One by one, I kindled each lantern, completing the morning ritual that mirrored the customary evening routine. In the burgeoning daylight, the lanterns glowed with a newfound radiance, imbued with memories, not solely of my grandmother, but of all those who had tended them before her. Their narratives lingered here, etched in shadow and light, awaiting nights when the lanterns chose obscurity to unveil their profound truths. I kept that night's revelation to myself, yet I became attuned to the lantern's refusal to illuminate. Sometimes it coincided with a family member's passing anniversary, while other times it occurred on evenings of unforeseen significance. The circle of unlit lanterns became my concealed legacy, a reminder that certain lights must dim for subtler illuminations to emerge. And on tranquil evenings, as I sit on the porch swing observing the lantern's golden glow, I contemplate how darkness isn't merely an absence of light. It embodies a different form of presence, narrating stories only discernible in the dialect of shadows and silence. Story 16. The gentle autumn rain whispered against the weathered stones, creating a soothing melody that enveloped the old Victorian house I had recently inherited. Every night, drawn by an inexplicable force, I found myself exploring the hidden corners and forgotten spaces of the ancestral home. Tonight, the vintage brass lamp in the library cast a warm glow over the leather-bound books, yet my attention was captured by a mysterious sound emanating from beneath the floorboards. Unlike the usual creaks and whispers of an old house, this sound carried a unique quality, akin to water flowing through ancient pipes with a hint of musical cadence. My grandmother used to speak of the house's secrets, but none seemed as intriguing as the old cistern rumored to be sealed beneath the foundation. As the enigmatic melody grew more distinct, I couldn't shake the feeling that a part of the cistern remained active, concealed in the darkness below. The rain outside intensified, its rhythm intertwining with the mysterious resonance, creating a symphony of nature and architecture. I followed the sound through the silent halls, guided by an unseen thread, as if the house itself was leading me towards a hidden truth. Shadows danced on the walls, and the wallpaper seemed to breathe as I made my way to the kitchen. Beneath a worn rug, a trapdoor awaited my discovery, its brass ring pull beckoning me to unveil the secrets hidden beneath. With a mixture of anticipation and curiosity, I descended the stone steps into the darkness, the cool air carrying scents of water and ancient stone. In the circular chamber at the bottom, the vast cistern lay before me, its surface reflecting the amber light like liquid gold. The water's symphony filled the space, turning each drop into a musical note, creating harmonies that defied logic. Amidst the water's song, whispers of forgotten languages and untold stories echoed, teasing my understanding. Lost in the mesmerizing acoustics of the chamber, time seemed to slip away, measured not by hours, but by the rhythm of the water. When I finally ascended back to the surface, the night had deepened, and the rain had ceased, leaving only a faint echo of the cistern's melody. As I lay in bed each night, I listened for that ethereal music, a reminder of the mysteries hidden beneath the house's foundation. The cistern's song became a part of my nightly routine, sometimes clear, other times a mere whisper in the darkness, I learned to appreciate the enigmatic beauty of the unexplained, allowing the ancient symphony to seep into my dreams, carrying messages from a distant past. The Cistern's performance continued, a timeless concert for an audience of shadows and stone. And in those quiet moments between wakefulness and sleep, I embraced the elusive wisdom embedded in the watery music, understanding that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than unraveled. Like rain slipping through fingers, the ancient stories whispered in the chamber remained just beyond my grasp, a reminder of the beauty found in the unknown. Story 17. As the gentle autumn rain tapped softly against my window, a soothing melody enveloped the evening air, lulling me into a tranquil state. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cocooned by the warmth of a woolen blanket, I observed the gradual descent of darkness upon the aging garden outside. The raindrops, glistening with the fading light, cascaded down the glass panes like liquid silver. Amidst this serene moment, a peculiar sight caught my attention, a soft green glow. Initially, it appeared as a mere flicker amidst the ancient oak trees at the garden's edge, barely visible through the veil of rain. The light swayed gently, resembling the sway of an aged lantern carried by unseen hands. Its hue was unusual, not the harsh modern green of LEDs, but a gentle, almost phosphorescent shade reminiscent of fireflies on a balmy summer night. Intrigued by this mysterious illumination, I found myself captivated, my gaze fixated on its hypnotic movements as it meandered between the trees. The rain continued its melodic symphony, harmonizing with the occasional whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves. Memories of my grandmother's tales about the garden's mystical spirits resurfaced, her words a soothing melody recounting the folklore of ancient tree dwellers. Though in my youth I dismissed them as bedtime fables, the sight of that ethereal green glow reignited a spark of wonder within me. Rising from my seat, I pressed my palm against the cool window, tracing the path of a raindrop with my fingertip. To my amazement, the green light seemed to respond, intensifying slightly and moving with purpose. It weaved a mesmerizing pattern through the trees, leaving behind a faint trail of luminescence that lingered like a fading dream. The grandfather clock's resonant chimes marked the hour, each toll reverberating through the silent house, syncing perfectly with the pulsating green light. My breath formed wisps of fog on the window as I stood, transfixed by the enigmatic dance of light and sound unfolding before me. Driven by a blend of curiosity and familiarity tinged with mystery, I donned my raincoat, its well-worn fabric carrying the nostalgic scents of old books and wood smoke that had permeated the house for generations. Stepping outside, I found the rain had softened to a gentle mist, infusing the evening air with the earthy aroma of wet soil and autumn leaves. Each step along the garden path felt different that night, the ancient stones yielding a soft, squelching sound, while droplets of water cascaded from the branches overhead, creating a rhythmic percussion that accompanied my journey. Approaching the stationary green light, I sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The air thickened, crackling with an electric charge that tingled my skin and caused the fine hairs on my arms to stir. Observing it up close, I realized it wasn't a lantern, but a radiant sphere hovering at chest height. Its edges blurred, resembling a watercolor painting blurred by rain. The light it emitted cast peculiar shadows among the trees, distorting familiar shapes into enigmatic forms that seemed to morph and shift with each glance. A subtle warmth emanated from the sphere, not fiery or electric, but a more organic warmth akin to the sun-kissed earth in spring. Raindrops fell lazily around the light, each one capturing a speck of the green glow, creating a constellation of emerald stars suspended in midair. The sphere resumed its movement, leading me deeper into the garden, the soft cushion of fallen leaves muffling my footsteps. The path we traversed was unfamiliar, winding through trees I had known all my life, yet now appeared different under the ethereal light. The air grew heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming flowers, their sweet aroma tinged with an otherworldly essence. Time lost its rigidity as I walked, guided solely by the steady rainfall and the hushed rhythm of my breathing. The sphere paused intermittently, ensuring I followed, before continuing its mysterious course. In these moments of stillness, a faint semblance of music drifted through the air. Not a defined melody, but a suggestive whisper, akin to a childhood tune half remembered. Eventually, we reached a clearing previously unseen, though I believed myself familiar with every corner of the garden. At its center stood an ancient stone well, adorned with moss and delicate ferns. The green light hovered above it, casting its radiance into the depths below. Approaching, I discerned intricate patterns etched into the well's rim, symbols that seemed to shift and morph when I tried to focus directly on them. Gradually, the sphere descended into the well, prompting the stone symbols to emit a faint luminescence of their own, weaving a complex dance of light and shadow. An ancient energy permeated the air, a knowing presence that had awaited this moment for centuries. Peering over the well's edge, I watched as the green light delved deeper, unveiling glimpses of other lights below, blues, purples, and golds dancing in enigmatic patterns. The water's sound took on a melodic quality, resonating from depths that defied conventional limits. Stepping back, the rain had ceased, the night holding its breath in anticipation of an unfathomable revelation. Though the green light had vanished, the well's symbols continued to softly pulse, aligning with the cadence of my heartbeat. Making my way back to the house, guided by a memory that seemed simultaneously recent and ancient, I noticed a subtle change in the garden's demeanor. The trees inclined slightly as I passed, their whispers hinting at secrets just beyond my grasp. Glancing back at the window, the well had vanished, leaving behind only the familiar silhouettes of trees and shadows. On quiet rainy evenings, I still sit by the window, gazing out at the garden. Occasionally, under the perfect amalgamation of rain and wind, a gentle green glow emerges between the trees. It beckons, promising revelations, yet I've learned that some mysteries are destined to remain partially shrouded, residing in the delicate balance between knowledge and wonder. The well has not resurfaced where I first encountered it, but on certain nights, I catch the faint echo of water and music rising from the garden's depths, accompanied by the soft, pulsating green light at the edge of perception. Through this journey, I've come to realize that the profoundest mysteries need not be unraveled but embraced, allowing them to weave their transformative magic in the quiet recesses of our souls. Story 18. The soft murmur of wind rustling through the autumn leaves echoed around me as I wandered along the forest trail that night. The air carried a gentle, earthy perfume of decay, fallen leaves transforming into fertile soil, mushrooms emerging in hidden nooks, and the final sweet sighs of summer blossoms yielding to autumn's embrace. The sinking sun cast elongated shadows among the trees, their branches stretching out like graceful fingers in my path. These evening strolls had always brought me solace, a refuge from the hustle of the day spent indoors. In the forest, a different kind of quiet reigned, alive with whispers of movement and distant murmurs, a symphony of nature's subtle symphonies. But on this particular night, a shift lingered in the air. The usual chorus of crickets seemed hushed, as though they too awaited something in the deepening dusk. As the fading sunlight filtered through the canopy, the first call of an owl pierced the tranquility. Familiar to my ears, its melodic hoots rolled gently through the trees. Yet what captured my attention was not the solo call, but the reply that followed. Another owl's voice joined in, weaving an unfamiliar tune into the night. More calls harmonized, creating a mesmerizing duet that halted my step. The ethereal choir expanded as more voices joined in, layering upon each other in a mystical harmony. The nocturnal symphony enveloped me, seeming to emanate from all directions at once, filling the spaces between the trees with an otherworldly serenade. A chill settled in, accompanied by a wispy mist rising from the earth like spectral breath. Through the veil of fog, I observed a peculiar dance of shadows among the trees, moving with a fluidity independent of the waning light. Time lost its grip, slipping away unnoticed as I stood transfixed by the owl's melody. The mist thickened, revealing ghostly shapes that swirled with a grace akin to celestial choreography. These forms, not quite solid but more than mere shadows, responded to the owl's call, their motions synchronized with each haunting note. In the deepening twilight, as my senses adjusted, I discerned hints of wings, ancient eyes, and elusive figures flickering between avian and ethereal forms within the mist. Entranced by the rhythm, I swayed in harmony, my breath mingling with the forest's melodic pulse. The cool mist enveloped me like a comforting shroud, and amidst the uncanny scene, fear found no place within me. Instead, a profound tranquility settled, as if I had stumbled upon a timeless ritual, a sacred dance woven into the wood's very essence. Gradually, the owl's song evolved, growing more intricate, each layer of sound hinting at a deeper meaning just beyond reach. The misty shapes drew nearer, their movements intricate and purposeful. Amidst their dance, glimpses of distant realms flickered, moonlit clearings unknown to me, ancient trees foreign to these woods, and stars aglow with hues nameless to mortal tongues. Time ebbed and flowed, guiding my steps as I traversed a path that felt both familiar and alien, existing in two realms simultaneously. The owl's melody guided me, the misty dancers as silent companions, as I journeyed through the twilight world, moments stretching into eternity. Familiar landmarks emerged, the gnarled oak marking my usual route's end, the mossy boulder resembling a slumbering bear, now imbued with a mystical aura. The mist dissipated as I neared the forest's edge, the otherworldly chorus fading into the night. One by one, the owl voices faded, leaving only the original solitary hoot lingering in the air before it too dissolved into silence, laden with untold secrets. Emerging from the trees, my watch abruptly resumed its ticking. According to its hands, merely an hour had passed, though the profound experience suggested otherwise. The misty dancers had vanished, leaving behind only the ordinary shadows of early evening. In the days that ensued, I continued my nightly walks, never again encountering the mysterious choir or its ethereal spectators. Yet, on rare, silent nights, a distant echo of that mystical harmony would reach my ears, or a fleeting movement at the edge of sight would stir my senses. The full symphony remained a dreamlike memory, more vivid than reality itself, as the forest kept its enigmatic secrets close. Only in the perfect twilight, when the veil between reality and possibility wavered, did glimpses of the hidden world unveil themselves. Evening after evening, I trod the forest paths, pausing to listen when the solitary owl's call pierced the gathering dark. And sometimes, just sometimes, I sensed the faint beginning of a response, carrying with it the promise of another dance between shadow and light, guided by the haunting song of the owls. Story 19. The soft patter of raindrops against my windshield formed a gentle melody as I meandered through the autumn night. The worn wipers swayed back and forth in a hypnotic rhythm, clearing the delicate droplets that clung to the glass. My headlights cast a subdued glow, blending with the light drizzle that had accompanied me for the past hour. Though I had traversed this familiar road countless times, tonight held a different aura. The usual path home now appeared shrouded in an ethereal essence, with wisps of mist unfurling from the earth, intertwining with the ancient trees lining the narrow route. The fog slithered upwards lazily, akin to phantom tendrils stretching towards the darkening heavens. Approaching the aged wooden bridge that marked the midpoint of my journey, barely visible through the thickening mist, a simple yet weathered structure greeted me. Time had weathered its boards, smoothed by the passage of countless seasons and vehicles. As I neared, the mist seemed to gather around it, drawn to its aged timbers as if by some unseen force. The sound of my tires altered upon meeting the wooden planks, creating a soft, hollow resonance that reverberated through the tranquil evening. My headlights illuminated the swirling fog, creating mesmerizing patterns that danced and shifted before me. Through the passenger window, fleeting glimpses of the black, mirror-like creek below caught my eye as twilight descended. A peculiar sensation prompted me to slow down midway across the bridge. Perhaps it was the unnatural movement of the mist, more akin to a breath than a breeze. Or maybe it was the inexplicable quality of the light, bending and reflecting off the fog in mysterious ways. The drumming of my tires gradually softened as I came to a halt at the bridge's center. With the engine idling, a symphony of subtle sounds pervaded the air. The murmuring of water below, the rain's gentle tapping on metal and wood, and something else, a faint whisper hovering at the edge of perception. It could have been the wind whispering through the aged railings or echoes of distant voices carried on the breeze. Cracking open the window slightly, a complex fragrance wafted into the car. Damp wood, fallen leaves, and a lingering essence of antiquity, akin to forgotten attics and dusty chambers. The mist crept in through the crack, carrying with it that elusive sound, that nearly discernible voice. Glancing into the rearview mirror, a blank canvas of white fog greeted me behind, while ahead, the bridge seemed to stretch endlessly into the mist, its usual length now obscured by uncertainty. Through the passenger window, the fog above the creek moved against the wind, swirling in deliberate, almost purposeful spirals. A form materialized in the mist to my right, visible through the passenger window. It appeared as a figure standing near the bridge's railing, or perhaps a denser patch of fog caught in a whimsical swirl. Yet, for a fleeting moment, I could swear I witnessed a hand reaching out towards my car, its outline soft and blurred, like a watercolor painting left to the elements. The radio, previously emitting soft music at a low volume, began to shift frequencies of its own accord. Amidst the static, fragments of songs and voices flitted by, each fleeting as the next. The digital display flickered between seemingly random numbers, until a pattern emerged, faintly familiar yet just out of reach. Time seemed to ebb and flow like the mist outside, its passage becoming a nebulous concept. I couldn't discern how long I lingered there, entranced by the swirling fog and the enigmatic whispers that surrounded me. The ticking of my watch persisted, yet each glance revealed times that defied logic. The softly pulsing numbers on the dashboard marked seconds that stretched or compressed, distorting the fabric of time itself. A tap on the driver's side window jolted me from my reverie. The sound, akin to raindrops on glass, bore a deliberate intent. Turning to face the window, the fog pressed against it seemed to form a visage, or perhaps it was merely the play of light on water droplets, casting intricate patterns that vanished as quickly as they appeared. The whispers momentarily coalesced into a semblance of understanding, a fleeting moment where the almost words teetered on the brink of comprehension. Like muffled conversations overheard through walls, familiar yet elusive, they carried a weight of significance just beyond my grasp, slipping away like dreams upon waking. Gradually, I resumed driving forward, the wooden planks of the bridge reverting to their subdued song beneath my tires. As I crossed to the other side, the fog began to dissipate, relinquishing its hold on my car. Glancing back in the rearview mirror, the bridge dissolved into the mist, now pulsing gently, akin to a tranquil respiration. The remainder of my journey home transpired without incident, though the radio persisted in its erratic behavior, playing snatches of melodies that seemed to hover at the edge of recognition. Upon parking in my driveway, a peculiar sight awaited me on the passenger seat. A small, perfectly round puddle of water, its source a mystery unsolved. That night, while nestled in bed, the persistent rain outside, my thoughts wandered back to the bridge and its enigmatic fog. In my dreams, the whispered words returned, tantalizingly close to comprehension, almost decipherable, yet veiled in an enigma that perhaps was best left unsolved. To this day, whenever I traverse that bridge shrouded in mist, a gentle pull beckons me to pause and listen to those ephemeral, almost words once more. At times I yield to the call, and at times I resist. But the presence of the puddle on my passenger seat serves as a subtle reminder that some mysteries prefer to linger, suspended in the air like mist over dark waters. Story 20. The soft patter of raindrops against ancient stained glass windows painted a tranquil melody that flowed through the deserted chapel. Seated at the back pew, my fingertips traced the weathered wooden surface, recognizing every groove and imperfection etched by the hands of time. The air held a comforting blend of aged books, melted beeswax, and the indefinable mustiness that lingers in neglected sacred spaces. This evening's plan hadn't included seeking refuge here, but the sudden autumn storm had led me to these welcoming doors. The heavy wooden entrance had groaned open under my touch, almost as if it had anticipated my arrival. Now, as I listened to the rain outside, an unexpected sense of gratitude washed over me for this unplanned moment of solitude. The chapel itself was a symphony of shadows and whispers. Rows of empty pews stretched out before me, their dark woods softly gleaming in the scant light filtering through the windows. The vaulted ceiling soared into darkness above, its intricate woodwork vanishing into the encroaching dusk. At the front, barely visible, stood the altar, a modest stone structure that seemed to cradle centuries of whispered prayers within its weathered facade. As my eyes adjusted to the dimness, a peculiar sight caught my attention. A gentle, warm light flickered from behind the altar, in a space that should have been swallowed by shadow. The light held a steady presence, akin to a flickering candle, yet it danced with an unusual rhythm, almost akin to a breath. Mesmerized by the gentle pulse of light, I pondered whether to investigate. The logical part of my mind suggested a forgotten candle left by the caretaker, though signs of recent activity were nowhere to be seen. Nevertheless, there was something about that light that defied the familiarity of any ordinary flame. Rising from my pew, I advanced cautiously, my footsteps barely audible on the ancient stone floor. The air grew cooler as I neared the altar. The enigmatic light continued its rhythmic dance, casting shifting shadows that seemed to move of their own volition across the chapel walls. The scent in the air shifted too. Beneath the familiar mustiness, a hint of something fresh and invigorating, like morning dew on grass, lingered. As I rounded the corner of the altar, I discovered not a candle but a small alcove that had eluded my notice before. The light radiated from within, its source shrouded in mystery. The alcove was adorned with faded frescoes, their colors muted by time, yet somehow capturing and reflecting that mysterious glow in ways that gave life to the painted figures, making them appear to stir and shift. Leaning in closer, I strained to discern the details of the paintings. They depicted a procession of robed figures, each bearing an object that glowed with the same warm light that now captivated me. Yet the longer I gazed, the more the images seemed to transform, as if the procession was unfolding along the alcove walls. The sound of the rain faded into the background, or perhaps my awareness of it waned. The air around me hummed with a gentle energy, reminiscent of the moment before a summer storm, devoid of threat or peril. The mysterious light pulsed once, then again, and I fancied I heard the faintest whisper of voices, not in any language I recognized, but in tones that spoke of tranquility and acceptance. I extended my hand, almost touching the wall where the light emanated brightest. The space beneath my outstretched fingers felt warm and almost tangible, like sunlight materialized. For an ephemeral moment, I glimpsed faces within that radiant glow, smiling and serene, before they dissolved back into the gentle luminescence. Time seemed to blur as I stood there, the light responding to my presence in a way that defied explanation. Occasionally, movements flickered in my peripheral vision, the suggestion of robed figures weaving among the pews, or the flicker of what might have been candle flames dancing in the shadows. Yet each time I turned to look directly, only the serene emptiness of the chapel greeted me. A distant rumble of thunder jolted me back to awareness. The storm was receding, its voice now a distant murmur rather than a demanding roar. I realized I had lost track of time while entranced by that enigmatic light. My limbs felt stiff, yet a sense of tranquility enveloped me, more profound than I had felt in ages. Reluctantly stepping away from the alcove, I noticed a subtle shift. The animated frescoes that had captured my imagination moments before now appeared as mere faded paint on ancient stone. Yet the light persisted, pulsating with that same gentle rhythm, akin to a heartbeat or a breath. Retracing my steps through the chapel, each footfall felt as though I was walking through a dream. Upon reaching the imposing doors, I cast a final glance backward. The light remained, a warm beckoning glow from beyond the altar. As I observed, it pulsed once more, and I sensed rather than heard a soft sigh reverberate through the empty expanse. Outside, the rain had softened into a gentle mist. The air held a crisp purity, carrying the fragrance of damp earth and autumn leaves. Departing, I found myself pondering the nature of that light, whether it perpetually resided there, awaiting discovery by those in need of its serenity, or whether it revealed itself solely to certain individuals at specific junctures. Since that rainy evening, I have revisited the chapel on numerous occasions. Sometimes the light lingers, pulsing with its tranquil rhythm. Other times, I encounter only shadows and silence. Yet each visit leaves me with a sense of peace, and the understanding that mysteries persist in this world, not to be unraveled, but to be embraced and cherished. Even now, on quiet evenings when rain taps against my window, my thoughts drift to that light. In my recollection, it pulses like a distant star, a reminder that some enigmas are best left unexplored, and that not everything that illuminates the darkness demands comprehension to be valued. Story 21. In the hushed embrace of the night, I ventured along the serpentine trail, serenaded by the gentle lullaby of waves caressing ancient rocks. The silhouette of an aged house loomed against the twilight, its weathered facade bearing the scars of enduring storms. A symphony of sea-scented air interwoven with the earthy perfume of damp soil and aged stone enveloped me. My flashlight cast fleeting shadows, painting a dance of light and dark on the overgrown path ahead. This house, a legacy from my grandmother, had been a secret she carried to her grave. It was only after her passing that a letter from her attorney arrived, unveiling the existence of this hidden coastal abode, accompanied by a set of weathered brass keys and documents dating back generations. The creaking wooden steps whispered beneath my weight as I ascended to the porch that encircled the dwelling. Each board seemed to echo with tales of bygone footsteps, weaving a tapestry of unseen histories. With a smooth turn, the key unlocked the door, ushering me into a realm that seemed to have awaited my arrival. The door swung open with a melodious groan, revealing an interior suffused with a peculiar warmth despite its long abandonment. My flashlight unveiled walls adorned with faded floral patterns that swayed like underwater blooms in its beam. Veiled furniture draped in white cloths seemed to breathe gently in the draft, as if exhaling memories. In the heart of the room stood a grandfather clock, its brass pendulum frozen in time. Though my watch declared the hour as 7, the clock's face insisted it was 3:15. An inexplicable movement caught my eye. The minute hand trembled, retreating by a single minute. I blinked, questioning my senses, yet the faint glimmer of movement persisted in the flashlight's glow. Whispering floorboards guided my exploration through rooms veiled in enigmas. Silver-framed portraits whose faces shifted with viewing angles, mirrors reflecting elusive shadows and windows offering divergent vistas through each pane. The library beckoned, its shelves laden with volumes clad in leather and cloth, their spines devoid of titles but adorned with intricate designs that danced when unobserved. Amidst the familiar scent of aged books lingered hints of salt water, night-blooming blossoms, and an indefinably sweet essence. A leather armchair faced the sea-facing window, bearing impressions as though recently vacated, still radiating warmth. Beside it, a delicate bone china teacup held a single golden droplet, capturing the dwindling light of day. The room's temperature fluctuated, a gentle ebb and flow like unseen tides in a serene stream. Beyond the window, the ocean whispered a new melody, its words just beyond comprehension. Ascending the stairs, a corridor lined with closed doors unfurled before me, the carpet beneath my feet flowing like water, each door exuding a distinct aura, warmth, a distant breeze, faint music. The final door ajar revealed a soft, pearlescent glow spilling from the bedroom within. A canopy bed draped in ethereal curtains swayed in a phantom breeze. A writing desk adorned with sheets of elegant script that dissolved into blankness, redolent of ink. The mirror reflected subtle disparities. Stillness in the bed curtains, a rocking chair's gentle sway. Night descended, casting moonlit patterns that defied the logic of window frames upon the floor. The house held its breath in a tranquil silence, every surface pulsating with life, exhaling warmth. The toll of the grandfather clock resonated unexpectedly deep, echoing through the house with a count reaching 13, its final peal lingering in the air before fading into a murmur. Descending to the main room bathed in moonlight, I found the dust covers disturbed, forming shapes frozen in motion, the clock's hands oscillating between past and future. Drawn by a subtle warmth, I arrived in the kitchen where a familiar teacup awaited, steam spiraling from its golden contents, scent elusive yet comforting. Peering through the window, the sea's visage seemed altered, its horizon uncertain in the moonlit tapestry that mirrored the house's mysteries. Understanding dawned. Some places exist between heartbeats, between breaths, beyond words. The house embraced me with a tender warmth, the taste of enigmatic tea lingering, evoking forgotten dreams and childhood whispers. The waves outside conversed in a tongue now familiar, beckoning me to linger. Time ebbed and flowed like water through cupped hands, leaving a trace of its passage. Sinking into the leather chair, reflections danced in the window behind me, ethereal and enigmatic, hinting at memories and possibilities intertwining in this realm. The grandfather clock defied conventional timekeeping, the house pulsed with life, and the sea whispered secrets only the night could comprehend. In this liminal space, past and future intertwined, beckoning me to savor the ineffable essence of the moment, like tea swirling in delicate china, awaiting revelation. Story 22. The gentle patter of fall rain on damp leaves wove a soothing melody in the dimming woods. Each droplet carried whispered secrets, blending with the myriad others cascading through layers of gold and crimson foliage. I strolled along an ancient trail, my boots hushing against the moist earth, inhaling the sweet, earthy perfume of decaying leaves. The waning daylight filtered through the canopy, painting everything in hues of amber and gray. What began as a simple walk to clear my thoughts took an unexpected turn as the weather and the ethereal light beckoned me deeper into the forest than ever before. The familiar markers of my usual route had vanished, giving way to towering trees whose branches intertwined like old comrades sharing enigmatic tales. With each step, the murmur of flowing water grew more distinct amidst the woodland sounds. Initially a mere whisper beneath the rain and rustling leaves, it lured me forward with an inexplicable allure. The path sloped downward, snaking between moss-covered boulders, seemingly placed by some forgotten hand. The air chilled as I descended, carrying a mysterious fragrance, a blend of damp stone and the essence of time itself. Through breaks in the trees, I glimpsed mist rising from a narrow river valley below. The river's song deepened, not a merry brook's babble, but a somber, resonant hum. As I rounded a bend, the trees parted to reveal a mesmerizing sight. Below me sprawled a river unlike any other, its waters clear yet impossibly dark, flowing with a sluggish grace that defied natural logic. Mist coiled lazily above, forming fleeting shapes that hinted at purpose before dissolving into the air. What struck me most was the river's enigmatic origin and vanishing point. Upstream, it seemed to emerge from beneath a colossal rock wall, veiled in mossy curtains. Downstream, it curved behind another stone formation, disappearing from view. The scene felt like a long-guarded secret whispered among the ancient trees. Driven by an unseen force, I descended the steep bank towards the river's edge. The mossy rocks hushed all noise, cocooning me in a silence broken solely by the river's deep melody. Drawing nearer to the water, a peculiar sight caught my eye. An opening in the rock wall where the river emerged, partially concealed behind a veil of water and mist. The entrance, tall enough for a person to pass through comfortably, exuded a mysterious rhythm, as if the cave itself breathed, like a slumbering giant. Standing at the water's edge, a profound awareness enveloped me. Not fear, but a recognition of ancient significance. The air thrummed with latent energy, akin to the charged calm preceding a storm. The river's touch was neither warm nor cold, yet somehow both, and neither. A faint sound emanated from the cave entrance, reminiscent of distant music. Not a familiar tune, but the essence of melody, akin to a half-remembered lullaby. As twilight descended, small lights flickered into existence, their movements deliberate and purposeful. They danced around the cave's entrance in languid spirals, their color a shifting enigma between silver and blue. Time seemed to bend, the evening's approach indicated by altering light, though I lost track of the minutes spent by the riverbank. The lights multiplied, weaving intricate patterns that hinted at a cryptic language written in luminescence. Taking a step closer, I felt a certainty that I could cross the river without getting wet. The lights created stepping stones of pure radiance on the water's surface, guiding me towards the cave's breath, warm and cool, redolent of minerals, age, and something more alluring. Their dance grew urgent, almost as if they spoke in silent voices, conveying stories intertwined like the roots of the ancient trees above. Balancing between realms known and unknown, a choice materialized before me. The cave beckoned, promising answers to unspoken questions. The light's dance intensified, their meaning almost within grasp. The decision to step onto the radiant stones would alter everything, a truth I felt in my core. Yet fear eluded me, replaced by a profound sense of belonging, as though this place had awaited my return since time immemorial. With a foot poised over the first glowing stone, the lights paused, as if awaiting my move. The cave's embrace enveloped me, the river's song resonating through my bones. Whether I crossed into the unknown or retraced my steps to the familiar path, I understood that the existence of this place had fundamentally shifted something within me. The boundary between possible and impossible blurred like the mist swirling at my feet, forever altering my perception of the world. The story beyond the cave's entrance remained untold, preserved in the dance of enigmatic lights and the whispered songs of a subterranean river. On tranquil nights, when rain falls softly and the world grows hushed, the echo of that otherworldly melody lingers, beckoning me back to the place where reality melds with magic, flowing like water through the hidden recesses of the earth. Story 23. The gentle patter of autumn rain against the ancient stone created a soothing melody, nature's own lullaby in the twilight's embrace. Standing before the weathered church, its spire reaching towards the misty clouds of evening, I found myself entranced as fallen leaves twirled gracefully around my feet. The air was filled with the earthy scent of damp soil and aged wood, carrying a whisper of something ancient, something that spoke of forgotten prayers and silent echoes. It was by chance that I stumbled upon this sacred sanctuary. Lost in the rain during my evening stroll, the winding path mysteriously led me to this secluded haven, a place seemingly frozen in time. The church's facade, marked by the gentle touch of countless seasons, was adorned with a soft blanket of glowing moss, illuminated by a faint ethereal light as darkness descended. With a gentle push, the heavy wooden door opened effortlessly, releasing a melodic sigh that reverberated through the empty hall, blending with the distant lullaby of the rain. The stained glass windows, their colors muted by the fading light, cast soft pools of amber and violet on the ancient stone floor. Each step I took inside echoed against the centuries-old flagstones, enveloped in a crystalline stillness that seemed to suspend time itself, preserving the very essence of the air within. Rows of polished wooden pews stretched ahead, bearing witness to generations of devotion through silent prayers etched into their surfaces. The lingering aroma of old wood and stone intertwined with faint remnants of extinguished candles, creating an atmosphere that felt both ancient and alive. As darkness deepened, intricate carvings on the walls and columns seemed to come to life, their expressions shifting between serenity and enigmatic mystery. Near the altar, a lone candle flickered in a brass holder, casting dancing shadows that danced purposefully across the ancient stones, guiding my gaze towards a small wooden door nestled discreetly in the wall. Though unassuming, the door beckoned me with a gentle insistence, inviting me to explore the secrets that lay beyond. Opening it revealed a spiral staircase ascending into darkness, each worn step bearing the imprints of countless travelers before me. Ascending, the sound of rain transformed into a rhythmic melody, accompanied by a cool breeze carrying the sweet essence of night and something indefinably ancient. Emerging into the bell tower's chamber, moonlight filtered through narrow windows, illuminating the space with a silver glow that transcended the lingering rain clouds. In one corner, an aged wooden desk stood adorned with leather-bound books and weathered papers. Pages filled with faded ink script taunted my attempts to decipher their cryptic contents, evading comprehension as if shrouded in a veil of mystery. Approaching the desk, delicate chimes resonated through the air, not from the still bell above, but from an unseen source, infusing the chamber with a profound tranquility. Time seemed to lose its hold within that ethereal space. Seated in a weathered chair, I observed as shadows and moonlight waltzed across the floor in a silent dance. The phantom bells blended with the rain's gentle rhythm, weaving a melody that spoke of ancient enigmas and forgotten reveries. At times, fleeting movements caught the corner of my eye, elusive figures or drifting shadows that defied conventional explanation. The papers on the desk rustled without a breath of wind, revealing fragments of sentences hinting at time's fluid nature, moments existing beyond the constraints of ordinary hours, and prayers echoing through the layers of reality. My watch, frozen at midnight, defied the apparent passage of time, while the darkness outside remained unchanging, enveloped in a perpetual twilight. The raindrops fell in intricate patterns, lingering in the air before dissipating, infusing the chamber with a serene vitality. Shadows held untold possibilities, silences pregnant with untold secrets. The boundary between wakefulness and dreams blurred, not in confusion but in a gentle fusion that offered profound insight. The very air resonated with ancient wisdom, eager to share its enigmatic truths with those attuned to its subtle whispers. Illuminated by moonlight, elegant script occasionally materialized on the stone walls, weaving stories that remained tantalizingly just beyond comprehension, hinting at the countless visitors who had graced this hallowed space over the centuries, each contributing a fragment to its enigmatic tapestry. Lost in the timeless embrace of the chamber, surrounded by the rain's whispered symphony and the ethereal bell's soft chimes, I watched as light and shadow played across the ancient stones. Time flowed like honey, sweet and unhurried, permeating my being with a serene acceptance that transcended all urgency. Descending the spiral staircase, the lone candle by the altar burned steadily, its flame unwavering. The nave bathed in a soft pre-dawn glow, emanating from an unseen source that enveloped me in a tender embrace. My footsteps resonated differently, as if the stones themselves recognized me, having shared in my silent vigil above. Stepping out into the misty morning, the rain had since departed, leaving behind a world reborn in tranquility. Glancing back at the church, I glimpsed ancient faces in the windows, benevolent, wise visages that smiled with knowing grace before dissipating like dew in the morning light. Despite my attempts to return to that sacred haven, the path remained elusive, veiled in mystery. Yet on quiet rainy nights, the distant chime of silver bells carried on the wind, a reminder that somewhere, in a realm beyond time, the forgotten church stood steadfast. Its secrets endured, patiently awaiting the next wanderer, guided by the gentle cadence of rainfall and the whispered promises of ancient stones. Story 24. In the hushed embrace of a summer rain, I found myself drawn to the ancient well nestled within my grandmother's garden. The weathered stones echoed with the soft patter of droplets, weaving a delicate melody that danced around me as I stood by its side. Illuminated by the warm glow of a lantern, the well exuded a mysterious allure, its depths shrouded in shadow despite the flickering light that I held aloft. The fragrance of damp earth mingled with the sweet scent of climbing roses, their petals glistening with the remnants of the shower that had passed through. Just a week prior, I had inherited this old house following my grandmother's peaceful departure in her slumber. The property, once familiar, now seemed to hum with a different energy, not quite empty, but imbued with a new sense of presence. The rain cascaded down in a gentle rhythm, carving intricate patterns along the well's weathered facade. Though the well had always been sealed shut by a heavy wooden cover, tonight, a peculiar force tugged at my curiosity, beckoning me closer. It might have been the way the raindrops whispered as they descended into the well, or perhaps it was the ethereal silver light that seemed to seep through the gaps in the cover. Moving towards it, the fragrance of roses gave way to a primal scent, the earthy aroma of underground waters and ancient stones. My fingers brushed against the rough grain of the wood, tracing the grooves worn by the passage of time. The cover felt cool and damp beneath my touch, yielding to my gentle pressure. A soft breeze rustled the thorny vines of the climbing roses, casting intricate shadows that danced in the lantern's glow. With a sense of anticipation, I lifted the ancient cover, its weight yielding surprisingly easily, as if inviting my exploration. The maw of the well yawned open to the night sky, and I lowered my lantern to peer into its depths. Light caught the droplets clinging to the stone walls, transforming them into a myriad of tiny stars that pulsed with an inner radiance. And then a sound so faint, so delicate that it might have been a figment of my imagination, reached my ears. A whispered melody, like a lullaby sung from a realm far removed. The voice possessed a timeless quality, neither male nor female, young nor old, but a harmonious blend of them all. It spoke of ancient truths, of secrets veiled in stone and water, of memories enshrined in the cool embrace of darkness below. Seated beside the well, I surrendered to the enchanting cadence, allowing it to weave its spell around me. The rain persisted in its gentle serenade, providing a soothing backdrop to the mysterious song that unfolded. Time seemed to lose its grip in this surreal moment, flowing like honey, languid and sweet. Recollections of my grandmother's tales about the well surfaced in my mind, stories passed down through generations, but never mentioning the haunting melody that now enveloped me. Straining to discern the words within the melodic whispers, I sensed a familiarity akin to the lullabies she used to sing, yet tinged with an otherworldly essence that sent shivers of delight down my spine. As the rain softened, transitioning from a downpour to a gentle mist, the well's song grew clearer, weaving a tapestry of verdant growth in shadow, subterranean rivers untouched by sunlight, and crystalline formations blooming like flowers in hidden chambers. Though the words eluded my understanding, their essence resonated with me on a level beyond language, akin to the unspoken eloquence of music. The flickering flame of my lantern cast dancing shadows on the well's inner walls, conjuring fleeting shapes that moved with an ethereal grace, akin to submerged dancers in a watery ballet. Hours slipped by unnoticed, or perhaps mere moments unfolded in the timeless sanctuary of that ancient well, where secrets whispered and songs reverberated. The voice, now seeming to emanate from the very heart of the earth, wove a melody that mirrored the natural symphony of rain and wind. The fragrance of wet foliage and night-blooming blossoms wafted on the cool breeze, harmonizing with the well's haunting song. Lost in the mesmerizing interplay of elements, I found solace in the connection to my grandmother, her spirit seemingly intertwined with this sacred space. As the night deepened, the voice gradually receded, its ethereal strains fading like a retreating tide, leaving a lingering sense of peace in its wake. Yet it was not a farewell but a gentle departure, akin to a tender lullaby fading into the night, a presence felt even in its absence. Remaining by the well a while longer, I watched as the mist enveloped my lantern's light, casting a halo of soft radiance around me. The stones glistened with moisture, capturing the essence of fallen stars as droplets cascaded from the rose petals above. Though the well's song had ceased, its echo lingered in my mind, a melody that tantalizingly eluded full recollection. Finally rising to return to the house, a newfound tranquility enveloped me, a sense of belonging to this place that now resided in my care. Instead of closing the well's cover, an instinct guided me to let it remain open, allowing its ancient whispers to mingle with the night air, an exchange of mysteries under the watchful gaze of the stars. Indoors, as I readied myself for slumber, the gentle patter of rain persisted, carrying with it traces of the otherworldly melody that had enraptured me by the well. In that moment of quiet reflection, I realized that I had unearthed a truth my grandmother had long understood, that some mysteries were not meant to be unraveled but embraced, like melodies in the darkness, whispers from the depths, memories that surfaced in the stillness of night. That night, dreams wove a tapestry of subterranean rivers and crystal gardens, of roses blooming in the shadows, and of melodies that transcended time's boundaries. With the dawn's arrival, sunlight bathed the world anew, casting the well in silent repose. Yet, now privy to its secret, I knew that on certain nights, when rain kissed the earth just so, and roses perfumed the air, ancient voices would stir, serenading those willing to listen with their eternal songs. Story 25. The soft patter of rain against my window had been a constant companion throughout the night, blending harmoniously with the distant allure that had led me to this secluded cabin, the enigmatic singing waterfall. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cocooned in a plush wool blanket, I found myself entranced by the melodic whispers that wafted through the misty night air. The locals had spoken of the waterfall's captivating song, their tales imbued with a sense of awe rather than fear. They shared stories of how the melody shifted with the moon's phases, how it seemed to divulge ancient truths to those who listened intently. Initially, I had dismissed their accounts as mere folklore, designed to intrigue wandering souls like myself. Yet after 3 nights in this rustic abode, I began to grasp the reverence they held for the waterfall's serenade. The rain continued its gentle drumming against the cabin's wooden walls, creating a soothing backdrop to my nocturnal musings. A gentle fire crackled in the stone fireplace, casting flickering shadows that danced across the rugged wooden floor. The scent of pine and damp earth drifted in through the slightly ajar window, carrying with it the invigorating essence of the surrounding forest. Tonight, there was a subtle shift in the waterfall's song. The familiar melody now carried hints of a lyrical quality, as though it sought to convey a specific message. Leaning forward in my chair, I strained to decipher the aqueous murmurs that floated on the evening breeze. The nearly full moon peeked through the rain-laden clouds sporadically, casting silver beams that waltzed around the room. In those fleeting moments of illumination, I observed the shadows moving in a mesmerizing rhythm that mirrored the waterfall's song, forming intricate patterns beyond my comprehension. Beside me, my weathered leather journal lay open on the small table, its pages filled with attempts to transcribe the waterfall's ever-changing melody. Each night, the notes I penned seemed to shift subtly, as if the song itself were evolving or revealing new facets of its essence. Tonight, the page remained blank, my pen forgotten, as I was captivated by the current variation of the song. The room's temperature began to dip gradually, despite the crackling fire. The chill in the air felt refreshing, akin to a crisp spring morning, invigorating and pure. The mist outside thickened, pressing against the window panes like inquisitive tendrils seeking entry. Within the swirling mist, vague shapes teased my vision, perhaps faces or fragments of ancient symbols. Approaching midnight, signaled by the gentle chime of my grandfather's antique pocket watch, the waterfall's melody surged with newfound clarity. The harmonious notes seemed to weave themselves into words just beyond my grasp, like a language half remembered from dreams. The mist outside took on a faint luminescence, casting a gentle, pearlescent glow into the cabin. Almost involuntarily, I rose from my chair, the blanket slipping soundlessly to the floor. Drawn by an irresistible urge, I moved towards the window, intent on capturing every nuance of the waterfall's ethereal song. The wooden floor hummed beneath my feet, resonating with the falling water's rhythm as I made my way through the cabin, preparing for a midnight sojourn. Though my logical mind cautioned against venturing to the waterfall at such a late hour, the compulsion felt more like a courteous invitation than a coercive demand. Stepping onto the small porch, I was enveloped by the song's embrace. The mist caressed my skin like silk, and the luminous path stretched before me, guiding me into the forest with a celestial glow. Each step I took felt instinctual, as if retracing a forgotten path known long ago. The night forest, typically shrouded in darkness and mystery, now resembled an enchanted garden. Trees swayed in harmony with the melody, their branches reaching away from the path as if in a dance. Water droplets fell from the leaves like musical notes, adding to the symphony enveloping me. Drawing closer to the waterfall, the song deepened, resonating within my very being. The mist thickened, revealing ephemeral scenes, memories not my own, glimpses of distant places unknown to me. Gradually, the waterfall materialized through the luminous mist, each droplet capturing the mysterious light like suspended gems. Standing at the water's edge, I watched as the liquid cascaded in a hypnotic rhythm. The melody reached a pinnacle of clarity, its meaning resonating deep within me, though the words remained elusive. They spoke of time and memory, of cycles and rediscoveries, of things lost and found anew. A gentle breeze stirred the mist, and for a fleeting instant, I beheld figures dancing within the falling water, not spirits, but embodiments of music itself, fluid and radiant. Time lost its significance as I stood there, immersed in the ethereal dance of water and light. Unnoticed, the moon completed its nocturnal journey and the rain ceased entirely, leaving the air thick with mist and mystery. As dawn's first light tinged the horizon, the waterfall's song softened, like a lullaby bidding farewell. The luminescent mist began to fade, and the mysterious lights along the path dimmed gradually. Guided by the dwindling glow and the lingering echoes of the melody, I retraced my steps to the cabin. The world seemed unchanged, yet fundamentally transformed by the night's revelations. Seated once more, my journal lay open, awaiting my pen. Instead of transcribing musical notes, I chronicled every detail of my unearthly encounter. As the final words flowed from my pen, the sun's rays filtered through the window, illuminating the room. The fire had dwindled to embers, the temperature normalized. Everything appeared as it had been, yet somehow infused with a subtle mystique. Night after night, I still hear the waterfall's song, though never as clearly as on that extraordinary evening. Occasionally, under the full moon and the gentle rain, I catch glimpses of that mysterious luminescence, echoes of the impossible figures dancing in the cascading water. The mist still weaves patterns that almost make sense, and the path sometimes glimmers faintly in the darkness. The true essence of that night's experience remains elusive, much like the meaning of the waterfall's song. Some mysteries, I have come to realize, are meant to be cherished for their enigmatic beauty rather than wholly understood. And so I remain here, a silent spectator to the water's nightly serenade, filling my journal with wonder and pondering the secrets concealed within the melody of falling water and the dance of light through mist. Story 26. The whispers of the autumn wind dance through the skeletal branches above, carrying with them the bittersweet fragrance of decay and reminiscence. Along the well-trodden dirt path I walked, my footfalls hushed by the fallen leaves, creating a plush natural carpet underfoot. The early evening air bore the unique essence of October, crisp yet tender, enfolding me like a well-worn leather glove. Though I had traversed this path countless times, tonight held a different air. Perhaps it was the mist lingering close to the earth, twining around the ancient trees like ethereal tendrils. Or maybe it was the eerie stillness, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the fading light. A solitary broken candle caught my eye, lying askew at the path's edge, its pristine white wax split cleanly in two as if purposely shattered. Pausing, I knelt to inspect it. The break was precise, almost surgical, the wick untouched by flame. Continuing my journey, my steps slowed, more intentional now. Another broken candle, mirroring the first, lay in the same shattered state 20 paces ahead, and another, and another. A breadcrumb trail of fractured sentinels, meticulously placed along the path. The daylight waned swiftly, the forest growing darker with each passing moment. The mist thickened, transforming from wispy tendrils into a dense, rolling fog that obscured all beyond a few feet. The chill in the air deepened, urging me to draw my jacket snug around me. Following the trail of broken candles, a subtle shift in the atmosphere became palpable. The air hummed with an inexplicable energy. Silence enveloped me until even the sound of my breath seemed distant and muffled. Each broken candle I passed emitted a faint, almost ethereal glow, though I knew it to be a trick of the light, or perhaps my mind's play in the encroaching darkness. The path meandered, leading deeper into the forest's heart, where trees intertwined, forming natural archways overhead. The broken candles persisted in their silent vigil, guiding me further into the shadows. Venturing into uncharted territory, a small voice in my mind hinted at retreat, yet an unseen force impelled me forward, akin to a moth drawn to flame. The breaks in the candles evolved, no longer neat and precise, but increasingly jagged and violent. Some appeared twisted before breaking, while others seemed crushed by immense force. Still, they maintained their regimented spacing, beckoning me further into the gloom. The fog thickened, gaining substance like walking through clouds of cotton. A strange electricity tingled in my fingertips, and a chill crept along my spine. The air grew colder, my breath billowing in frosty clouds. Then a clearing materialized ahead, barely visible through the mist. Approaching, I discerned numerous candles, dozens of them, arranged in a flawless circle. In contrast to the broken ones, these candles stood tall, unblemished, their white wax softly gleaming in the dimness. At the circle's heart stood a solitary black candle, its obsidian-like surface absorbing what little light remained. Stepping into the clearing, my footfalls reverberated in the profound silence. The arranged candles seemed to pulse with an inner light, devoid of flame. The black candle at the center drew me in now, and I moved toward it as if spellbound. Upon reaching the circle's core, I noted a peculiarity about the black candle. Unlike the rest, it wasn't wax but smooth, cool to the touch, resembling polished obsidian. Instead of being broken, it was split down the middle, the halves standing mere millimeters apart. Reaching out once more, my fingers connected, and a deep, resonant hum reverberated through me, seemingly from all directions at once. The surrounding white candles intensified in glow, sans visible flames. The split in the black candle widened slowly, unveiling a void of impenetrable darkness within. The hum crescendoed, a gentle tug emanating, as if the void within the candle beckoned. Not physically, but on a more intrinsic level, calling to a primal part of my being. Rooted in place, the forest faded from view. The fog thickened, obscuring all but the glowing white candles and the abyssal darkness of the split candle. Time lost meaning, minutes blending with hours. Gradually, shapes emerged from the depths within the split candle. Not physical entities, but ethereal forms, akin to shadows dancing beneath tranquil waters. The hum transitioned into a melodious tune, sparking a profound sense of familiarity, though its source remained elusive. The shadows within the split candle weaved intricate patterns, folding upon themselves in impossible geometries. They resonated with a primal aspect of my psyche, unveiling ancient truths that felt tantalizingly close, yet perpetually out of reach. Standing transfixed, the forest dissolved around me. The fog enveloped, thickening until only the radiant white candles and the infinite darkness of the split candle remained visible. Gradually, a realization dawned. The fog dispersing, the white candle's glow fading. The hum diminished to a mere whisper. Like awakening from a dream, I took a step back. The intricate patterns within the split candle blurred, fading into simple darkness. The white candles reverted to mere wax. The forest reemerged into focus. Retracing my steps through the darkening woods, the broken candles that had guided me vanished, leaving no trace. The fog lifted, unveiling a star-filled night sky. To this day, I revisit that path, yearning to discover another broken candle, another trail leading to the clearing. Yet none materialize. On tranquil nights, when the wind caresses the trees and mist swirls from the earth, a faint echo of that resonant hum lingers. I ponder the enigmatic patterns within the split black candle, the truths they unveiled, the part of me that recognized them. In slumber, those patterns resurface, shifting and unfolding in unfathomable ways. Almost within grasp, elusive revelations tease my understanding. Perhaps some mysteries are destined to elude us, lingering in the twilight realm between knowledge and mystery, where wonder and ambiguity intertwine in the gathering shadows. Story 27. Amid the gentle pitter-patter of raindrops on my window, a soothing melody that had become a nightly ritual, I found myself enveloped in a world of tranquility and enigma. Inheriting my grandmother's house a mere 3 months ago had opened my eyes to the subtle shifts in its essence, as if the very foundation whispered ancient tales waiting to be heard. Tonight, as the rain cascaded down with a tender touch, veiling reality in a misty haze, I wandered through the familiar corridors. Each creak of the aged wooden floorboards resonated with echoes of bygone eras, a symphony of memories woven into the very fabric of the house. The air carried the comforting fragrance of old books and lavender, a blend that evoked lazy Sunday afternoons lost in the pages of novels with my grandmother by my side. My nightly routine had evolved into a meditative dance, a ritual of checking, securing, and closing, all in the embrace of the house's intimate expanse. Vintage wall sconces bathed the hallways in a soft amber glow, their light painting shifting shadows on the wallpaper, each shadow a silent storyteller in the night. As I neared the end of the upstairs corridor, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention. A heaviness lingered, tinged with a metallic tang, reminiscent of the hushed moments preceding a storm. The door to my grandmother's study loomed tall and imposing, its mahogany surface gleaming in the dim light as if holding secrets of its own. Had it always exuded such an aura of mystery? The brass doorknob radiated an inner light, a stark contrast to the shadows enveloping it. Running my hand over the familiar grain of the door, I sensed a newfound vibrancy in the wood, as though it had stirred from a long slumber. The door felt cool to the touch, an anomaly on a warm summer evening. Turning the knob, I marveled at its unnaturally smooth movement, a departure from its usual resistance. With a silent whisper, the door swung open, revealing the study beyond. At first glance, everything appeared as it should. The antique desk bathed in moonlight, the bookshelves laden with treasures, the leather armchair where my grandmother once sat. Yet, an unsettling wrongness lingered in the air, like a discordant note in a familiar melody. The shadows in the room seemed to deepen, taking on a life of their own, while the scent of old books and leather now carried a delicate sweetness, akin to night-blooming flowers. As I ventured further into the room, the floorboards sighed beneath my footsteps, their echoes lingering longer than usual. Antique books lined the shelves, their titles shifting and morphing in the dim light, playing tricks on my perception. One volume stood out, its dark leather binding absorbing the room's glow, drawing me closer with an inexplicable allure. Just as my fingers grazed the book, a subtle movement behind the desk caught my eye, the shadows dancing in a mysterious rhythm. The air grew colder, laden with the earthy aroma of autumn and the rustle of fallen leaves. The rain's serenade faded into silence, a void that pressed against my ears. Without warning, the door behind me clicked shut, though I had not touched it. Turning, I glimpsed unfamiliar symbols etched into the door's surface, a fleeting illusion that dissolved as quickly as it appeared. Returning my focus to the bookshelf, the volume I had reached for vanished into thin air, leaving me grasping at emptiness. The surrounding books seemed to lean inwards, conspiring to conceal the void left behind. A whisper of movement brushed past me, carrying the faint scent of lavender, my grandmother's signature fragrance. The room embraced me in its intimate cocoon, the windows now reflecting only darkness, a comforting shroud that seemed to cradle me in its embrace. Settling into my grandmother's armchair, its weathered leather molding to my form like an old friend, I watched as the shadows wove intricate patterns on the walls. They danced with purpose, as if inscribing ancient wisdom in a language beyond words, understood only by the heart. Time lost its grip as I sat there, minutes melting into hours, the darkness outside transforming into a velvety expanse, alive with unseen currents. The air grew heavy with unspoken tales, memories intertwined with the essence of the house itself. Shapes flickered in the window's reflection, ethereal beings moving with grace and elegance, their movements a silent ballet of cosmic proportions. The door stood sentinel, a threshold to realms unknown, its brass doorknob pulsing with a mesmerizing light, like a heartbeat echoing through the night. As night deepened, the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred, the shadows crafting intricate tapestries of meaning on the walls. Lavender intertwined with other scents, evoking childhood reveries and distant lands unexplored. The darkness beyond the windows shimmered with its own luminescence, hinting at untold narratives and boundless horizons. The rain resumed its melodic cadence, a haunting refrain that stirred something deep within me. Rising from the chair, compelled by an unseen force, I reached for the door, its surface undulating like liquid, revealing hidden patterns beneath the veneer. The brass doorknob beckoned, radiating a gentle light that drew me closer, erasing all traces of fear. As the door swung open noiselessly, it unveiled a realm veiled in soft darkness, pregnant with promises and echoes of familiar voices. Whispers floated on the air, fragments of songs and memories intertwined, weaving a tapestry of forgotten dreams and unspoken desires. The scent of lavender mingled with the musty aroma of old tomes, a celestial blend that hinted at cosmic truths and timeless wisdom. Standing at the threshold, I felt a gentle tug from the darkness beyond, its tendrils reaching out with a caress that spoke of reunion and revelation. The study faded into obscurity behind me, its contours blurring into the periphery as the doorway beckoned with an irresistible allure. Reality and fantasy intertwined, merging into a seamless tapestry of existence and possibility. Whether I crossed the threshold or lingered in the study, the distinction between the two realms dissolved, leaving me suspended in a liminal space of endless twilight. The door stood as a portal to realms beyond comprehension, a gateway to mysteries as ancient as time itself. On quiet rainy nights, the door remains a silent sentinel, offering glimpses into a world where shadows hold the keys to enigmatic truths. In the depths of the night, the door transforms, becoming a conduit to realms uncharted, where my grandmother's spirit lingers in eternal contemplation. The rain's lullaby weaves a spell of forgotten enchantments, whispering of mysteries that transcend mortal understanding. And in that timeless darkness, where shadows dance and dreams converge, the door stands as a beacon, illuminating pathways to realms unseen yet deeply familiar. Story 28. The soft patter of rain against the window painted a lulling melody in the old study, once belonging to my grandmother. Surrounded by the familiar scents of aged leather-bound books and cedar wood, I found myself captivated by the tranquil darkness that enveloped the house. The gentle glow of my reading lamp was the only beacon in the room, casting a warm light on the leather-bound journal cradled in my hands. Its pages, yellowed with age, held within them a tale that promised to unravel the mysteries of the night and the starlit sky. It had been 3 months since my grandmother's passing, leaving behind this lakeside abode and all its enigmatic secrets. Among her possessions, the journal stood out, a testament to her elegant penmanship, detailing something extraordinary about the vast lake that stretched beyond the property. I had always been intrigued by how the water seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it, even on the clearest nights. As the rain continued its gentle serenade, I delved into my grandmother's words, penned decades ago. The lake cradles memories within its depths, but not in the way one might expect. It doesn't simply mirror the stars, it captures them, holds them, akin to fireflies in a jar. I've witnessed their descent, one by one, their brilliance waning as they sink into the dark depths. A soft creak from the floorboards momentarily broke the silence, each small sound in the house carrying a weighty significance in the quietude. The ancient grandfather clock in the hallway chimed the hour, its deep tones resonating through the empty spaces, drawing me further into the atmosphere woven by my grandmother's musings. Returning to the journal, I found myself engrossed in her meticulous observations. The first time I witnessed a star plummet into the lake, I questioned my own eyes. It appeared as a gentle tear in the night sky, descending gracefully, rather than streaking rapidly like a shooting star. It kissed the water's surface with a barely noticeable ripple, then sank slowly, its luminance fading until it vanished from sight. Outside, the rain began to subside, transitioning from a steady drumming to a soft murmur. Through the bay window of the study, I gazed out at the lake's obsidian surface, extending endlessly into the night. The parting clouds revealed glimpses of the starlit sky, yet no reflection shimmered on the lake's inky canvas. It remained a void, hoarding the precious light it encountered. My grandmother's writings grew more intricate. I've begun to catalog them, the falling stars. They adhere to a pattern, although it took me years to discern it. Their descent is most frequent during the autumn equinox, when the veil between our world and the unknown appears thinnest. The lake doesn't merely gather them, It somehow preserves them in its lightless abyss. A cool breeze whispered through the study, causing the curtains to sway gently. I pulled my sweater snugly around me, sensing a subtle drop in temperature that felt almost unnatural. The journal continued. There's a melody they emit as they sink, not a splash, but a musical note, akin to a wet finger tracing a wine glass. Each star possesses its own harmonious tone, its own song. On tranquil nights, I swear I can hear them harmonizing from beneath the surface. With the clouds dissipating completely, revealing a sky dotted with stars, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The stars above the lake seemed to flicker in a unique, almost mesmerizing rhythm, distinct from those over the surrounding forest. They pulsed with an enigmatic cadence, captivating my gaze. My grandmother's subsequent entry left me breathless. I've begun to comprehend why the stars gravitate toward this lake. It's not a random occurrence. They are drawn here, beckoned by some force within the depths. The lake isn't merely a collector. It serves as a custodian of celestial enigmas, a sentinel of dimmed light. The true query is, what transpires to their radiance once it's consumed? Rising from my reading chair, I strode toward the French doors leading to the back porch. The wooden planks whispered softly beneath my steps as I ventured outside, compelled by an inexplicable urge to draw closer to the lake. The air carried a damp chill from the recent rain, mingled with the earthy fragrance of the wet soil and pine needles. In the distance, an owl hooted softly, its call resonating across the water. The pages of the journal rustled in my grasp as a gentle breeze swept through, urging me to read on. My grandmother's script had assumed a sense of urgency in the later entries. I've begun to discern shapes beneath the surface, not mere reflections, but entities of a different nature. They glide akin to schools of fish, adorned with a faint starlit glow. Whatever alchemy the lake performs on the light it captures, births something novel, something exquisite and unfamiliar. In response to her words, a subtle transformation unfolded on the lake's surface. The darkness shifted, unveiling hues of deep blue and purple, akin to oil swirling on water. And then I beheld it. A star descending with such languor it appeared to float, descending from the heavens toward the lake in a deliberate ballet. It caressed the water's surface with a gentle ripple, and I heard it, the crystalline note my grandmother had described, pure and haunting. The sound resonated with a depth within me, evoking memories buried deep within my soul. As the star's radiance dimmed beneath the surface, I comprehended why my grandmother had spent countless nights entranced by this lake. More stars followed suit, each selecting its moment, each contributing its voice to an ethereal symphony audible solely to those attuned to listen. The lake's facade teemed with subtle movements, a choreography of light and shadow that pirouetted beneath the surface. It was a sight both beautiful and sorrowful, akin to witnessing the fading embers of a dying flame. Perusing the final entry in my grandmother's journal, I encountered words that encapsulated the moment flawlessly. The lake doesn't extinguish the starlight, it transmutes it. Every fallen star becomes a fragment of something grander, a compendium of celestial narratives safeguarded by the lake. At times I fancy I can discern them whispering their tales, recounting cosmic odysseys and ancient luminescence, now enshrined in these murky waters. Standing on the porch, beholding the delicate descent of stars, I finally comprehended why my grandmother had chosen to dwell beside this lake. It was more than a mere body of water. It served as a reservoir of light, a custodian of stellar enigmas, a realm where the boundary between earth and sky blurred into ambiguity. The night deepened, and more stars continued their gentle descent into the lake's embrace. Each left behind a trace of its journey in the form of that crystalline sound, weaving a nocturnal symphony that bridged the mundane and the miraculous. As I stood there, bearing witness to this extraordinary spectacle, a profound tranquility settled within me. My grandmother's parting words in the journal now held profound significance. The lake of faded stars signifies not an end, but a commencement. Every light it harbors becomes a fragment of an eternal waltz, a tribute to the perpetual cycle of metamorphosis. To witness it is to apprehend that naught truly ceases, it merely transforms, discovering new avenues to radiate in the shadows. The rain recommenced, a gentle curtain linking sky and lake in a glistening veil. I lingered on the porch, clutching my grandmother's journal tightly, observing as more stars embarked on their unhurried descent into the awaiting waters. Each bore its own narrative, its own luminance, uniting with countless others in the lake's enigmatic depths. As the night deepened and the celestial ballet persisted, I acknowledged that I had inherited more than a lakeside residence. I had assumed the mantle of the next guardian of this celestial enigma, the subsequent observer of this unending cycle of falling stars and transmuted light. The lake's surface rippled gently, as if acknowledging this silent accord, while above, the night sky continued its eternal performance, stars gleaming, descending, and reborn in the murky waters below. Story 29. In the quiet of my room, raindrops tapped against the window, creating a soothing melody that wrapped around me like a soft blanket. Nestled in my grandmother's beloved rocking chair, I held her weathered journal in my hands, a treasure trove of secrets waiting to be unveiled. This old book, discovered in the depths of her attic after her passing, held the tale of an extraordinary autumn she once lived through, penned in her elegant script. The rain outside seemed to dance in tune with her words as I delved into her story, allowing it to transport me to a realm of enchantment and mystery. My cherished journal, a misty morning greeted me as I arrived in the quaint village, the fog embracing the earth like a lover's caress. Autumn's chill hung in the air, carrying the fragrant whispers of fallen leaves and crackling fires. Yet, as I strolled down the cobblestone street, a peculiar absence caught my eye, a detail that took a moment to register amidst the charm of the village. There were no shadows. The sun, low in the sky, bathed the picturesque buildings in its golden light. But where darkness should have lingered, there was only emptiness. The villagers moved about their tasks with serene grace, as if gliding through a dream, their steps leaving no trace behind. Settling into my stay with Aunt Margaret, a family friend who insisted on the title of Aunt, I discovered her home at the village's edge, a Victorian gem with a watchful air. Inside, the scent of cinnamon and aged books enveloped me, casting a warm glow over the shadowless furniture that seemed to float in a realm of its own. "You've noticed, haven't you?" Aunt Margaret's voice, soft as a whisper, broke the silence as she placed a cup of tea before me. The delicate clink of porcelain filled the room. "About the shadows?" I nodded, captivated by the steam swirling from my cup. "What happened to them?" Settled in her armchair, her movements a dance of elegance. "They departed 3 generations past. Some say a wandering merchant absconded with them, while others believe they grew weary of mimicking our every move and sought new horizons. The truth, I suspect, lies in the shadows between tales." Days passed, revealing more mysteries of the village. Birds sang ethereal melodies, flowers bloomed with an inner glow, and stars shimmered within arm's reach, casting no shadows upon the earth. Time itself flowed differently in this realm, a molasses-paced existence that wrapped the villagers in a cocoon of tranquility. The absence of shadows birthed a new artistry among them, where light played in ways unseen before. Glass sculptures captured and refracted light without darkness, fabrics glowed from within, and children reveled in games of light catching, their innocence weaving a world untouched by shadows. As winter's chill descended, the village embraced the frost with a warmth that defied the season. Snow fell soundlessly, each flake a tiny mirror reflecting the village's luminescence, painting a dreamscape that shimmered in the night. Aunt Margaret's wisdom bloomed like a rose in her garden as she shared the village's past struggles to reclaim their shadows. They chose to depart, she said, pruning the sunset-hued roses. Shadows are not mere darkness, but memories of light, lingering in spaces where light once danced. Perhaps we needed to learn to hold our memories in a different light. On my final night, under a sky ablaze with stars, Aunt Margaret and I drank tea that tasted of moonbeams on her porch. "Will you write of us?" she whispered, her eyes alight with a knowing glimmer. "Yes," I replied, "though few may believe." She smiled, a gentle curve of understanding. Some tales are not meant for belief, but for feeling, like the echo of light on a cloudy day. Closing the journal, I felt the lingering warmth of that shadowless haven within me. Sometimes, on moonlit nights, I sense my own shadow fading, as if recalling a time it too contemplated departure. Outside, the rain's melody continued, and in my reflection, a fleeting waver hinted at a choice, to stay or to go. Embracing my grandmother's words like a whispered lullaby, I pondered if, in a village without shadows, her story still danced in whispers of light. Story 30. The soft patter of rain against the attic windows created a gentle lullaby, enveloping me in a tranquil embrace as I delved into the treasures of generations past. Each creak of the weathered floorboards beneath me whispered tales of bygone footsteps, echoing through time. Dust motes danced in the golden light of my vintage lamp, weaving intricate patterns that seemed to dance with intention and elegance. Hours slipped by as I methodically sifted through the relics, finding solace in the memories and histories tucked away in this secluded sanctuary. The rain's rhythmic symphony served as a peaceful backdrop to my reverie, occasionally harmonized by the distant rumble of thunder rolling like a distant melody across the sky. Amidst the faded velvet curtain, my lamp's glow unveiled a hidden gem, a dark, ornately carved wooden chest nestled in the far corner of the attic. Its aged surface bore intricate designs that seemed to shift and stir in the flickering light, whispering of skilled artisans from a time long past. Intrigued, I approached the chest with reverence, savoring the moment of discovery. Adorned with phases of the moon intertwined with flowing motifs reminiscent of wind and water, the carvings beckoned me closer. My fingers traced the intricate patterns, feeling the smooth contours worn by the passage of time. As I lifted the lid, a blend of cedar and ancient mystery wafted up, unveiling a trove of treasures within. A weathered leather journal, a delicate wooden box, a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon, and a cloth-wrapped package awaited my curious gaze. The journal, bearing the name Elizabeth in elegant script, spoke of vivid dreams and extraordinary discoveries that blurred the boundaries between reality and reverie. Each page unfolded a world where hidden doorways beckoned, and the spaces between moments held untold secrets. The wooden box, adorned with lunar carvings akin to the chest, cradled a singular object, a small mirror with a silver frame, its reflection seemingly deeper and more profound than mere glass should hold. The bundle of crystals, meticulously labeled with lunar phases and dates, resonated with Elizabeth's enigmatic revelations, hinting at a world beyond the ordinary. Untying the ribbon that bound the letters revealed a clandestine correspondence between Elizabeth and a kindred spirit, sharing cryptic insights and veiled meetings under the shroud of moonlit mysteries. Surrounded by the artifacts of a forgotten narrative, the rain outside shifted into a gentle mist, casting a dreamlike aura within the attic. The air itself seemed to hum with whispered secrets, acknowledging the enigma that had been unearthed. Carefully reassembling the chest's contents, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Not tangible, but a shift nonetheless, as if the attic itself held its breath in anticipation. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn back to the attic, captivated by the allure of Elizabeth's world. Each reading of her journal uncovered new layers of her enigmatic journey, while the mirror's reflection danced with elusive shadows and whispers. I began to perceive the world through new eyes, noticing subtle nuances and hidden wonders that had eluded me before. The chest, a silent sentinel in its corner, guarded its secrets with a quiet dignity. On rainy afternoons, bathed in the soft glow of the lamp, I pondered Elizabeth's quest and the mysteries she pursued. Did she find the elusive truths she sought in the spaces between moments? Was she still wandering through doorways unseen, following melodies that transcended ordinary ears? And under the watchful gaze of the full moon, I would take out the mirror, its surface a portal to the unknown, waiting for a glimpse of what lay beyond. The chest had taught me that some mysteries are meant to be embraced, their enigma a testament to the boundless wonders of the world. The rain continued its gentle serenade, carrying echoes of undiscovered realms and uncharted possibilities. In the hushed interludes between raindrops, I listened for the ethereal music that had captivated Elizabeth, ready to embark on a journey of my own into the enigmatic spaces between moments. Story 31. The gentle hum of my car's engine blended harmoniously with the soft patter of raindrops on the windshield, creating a tranquil melody that synchronized perfectly with the steady rhythm of my heart. The night enveloped my vehicle like a velvety shroud, pierced only by the warm glow of my headlights slicing through the darkness. It felt as though I had been driving for an eternity, though my watch stubbornly insisted it had been a mere 45 minutes since I departed the quaint diner where I had paused for a cup of coffee. The road ahead stretched endlessly, a dark ribbon of asphalt vanishing into the mist-shrouded night. Towering pine trees flanked both sides, their branches swaying ever so gently in the autumn breeze, casting fleeting shadows that danced across my path. The air seeping through the cracked window carried the earthy fragrance of damp soil and pine needles, a scent that usually brought solace, but tonight held an inexplicable intensity, almost as if it belonged to another realm. A peculiar realization dawned upon me. The mile markers seemed to be recurring. Initially brushing it off as a trick of fatigue, the pattern grew undeniable as I continued my journey. Mile marker 47 would pass, followed by 48, 49, 50, and then inexplicably, 47 would reappear. My rational mind attempted to rationalize it, suggesting multiple sections of road with identical markers, or perhaps my own wariness clouding my perception. The soft jazz playing on the radio began fading into static, prompting me to reach for the dial, only to find an elusive signal beyond my grasp. Beneath the crackling static, faint whispers lingered, too indistinct to decipher yet potent enough to raise the hairs on my neck. Opting for the soothing sound of rain and the swish of the wipers, I silenced the radio. As the night deepened, I discerned other vehicles on the road, or rather, the same vintage car resurfacing in my rearview mirror at regular intervals. A classic model, possibly from the 1950s, its dull chrome trim glinting in my taillights. Each appearance saw it maintain a consistent distance for precisely 3 minutes before vanishing around a bend, only to reappear in the mirror with unwavering precision. Glancing at the dashboard clock, the time read 11:47 p.m., a familiar sight since the moment I noticed the recurring mile markers, now seemingly an hour ago. I pulled over to consult my phone, yet it displayed no signal, the screen ominously blank where the time should have been. Even my wristwatch had frozen at 11:47, its second hand eternally suspended in time. Seeking clarity, I veered into a rest area, yearning to encounter another traveler who could offer guidance. The desolate parking lot, illuminated by a solitary streetlight, exuded a heavy, viscous atmosphere, as if time itself had congealed. The rain had dwindled to a misty veil, suspended in the warm yellow glow. Approaching a weathered information board, an enigmatic map unfolded before me, its roads twisting in inconceivable patterns, defying the laws of geometry. A handwritten note in the corner bore cryptic wisdom. Time is a circle here. The journey never ends, it just changes you. Upon returning to my car, the vintage vehicle I had glimpsed in my mirror sat 3 spaces away. Pristine despite the rain, its empty interior emitted a faint aroma of aged leather and pipe tobacco, as though its phantom driver had recently vacated the seat. Resuming my journey, subtle alterations in the landscape emerged. The trees appeared taller, their branches forming natural arches over the road, eluding my headlights' reach. The once distant fog now billowed across the path in languid undulations, revealing transient visages and figures in its nebulous dance. Successive rest areas mirrored one another identically, down to the puddle patterns on the pavement, each hosting the vintage car parked 3 spaces away, an empty vessel resonating with an eerie vitality. Days seemed to blur together as I traversed this unending road, my watch perpetually stuck at 11:47 p.m. The fuel gauge remained steadfastly at half full, the coffee in my cup retaining its comforting warmth. Fellow travelers drifted by, their serene faces hinting at a shared experience of this timeless and spaceless loop. Uncertainty ebbed as a peculiar tranquility settled within me. The whispers in the static morphed into a melodic familiarity, the fog's ephemeral shapes akin to long-lost companions. I grasped the essence of the note's message about evolution through the journey. Each passage of mile marker 47 unveiled a new revelation, unseen tree patterns, nuanced light shifts, whispered melodies in the crackling static. The road persisted, yet my perception unfurled like a symphony, revealing hidden depths with each note. Traversing the ceaseless night, I pondered the possibility that this road without end harbored a profound gift rather than a sinister snare. The rain continued its gentle cadence on the windshield, the elusive mile marker 47 beckoning ahead. This time, however, I anticipated unearthing a concealed truth, a revelation awaiting my evolution to discern. In a realm where time dissolved into an infinite enigma, where the journey itself transcended both destination and purpose, I found solace. The road unfurled, a perpetual odyssey accompanied by the murmuring engine, the soft rain, and the whispered secrets of a timeless path with infinite beginnings. Story 32. The soft, rhythmic patter of rain against the window panes enveloped the ancient house in a tranquil embrace, casting a spell of soothing calmness that echoed through the vacant corridors. Inheriting the Victorian mansion from my grandmother a mere fortnight ago, unveiled a tapestry of enigmas concealed within its weathered nooks and crannies. The aged wooden floorboards murmured beneath my steps, whispering tales of bygone eras in muted tones. On a particular autumn evening, as the melancholic wind weaved a somber tune through the gaps in the window frames, a mysterious pull drew me towards the narrow staircase ascending to the attic. The brass handle of the attic door felt cool against my hand, turning effortlessly as if beckoning me to explore this forgotten realm. A fragrance of ancient books and faded memories greeted me as I ascended the creaking stairs, my flashlight illuminating a path through dancing dust motes that shimmered like celestial stars in the dimness. Each step led me closer to the treasures my grandmother had safeguarded over the years, each item holding a tale waiting to be unraveled. The attic sprawled before me, like an endless sea of shrouded shapes draped in white sheets, resembling silent specters maintaining their eternal vigil. My footfalls were hushed by the thick layer of dust carpeting the wooden floor. The rain continued its gentle serenade on the slanting roof, cocooning me in a peaceful solitude. Amidst the veiled furniture and stacked boxes, a peculiar sight captured my attention. Nestled in the far corner, partially obscured behind an old trunk, sat a Victorian rocking chair, remarkably free of dust compared to its surroundings. The worn velvet upholstery retained a deep burgundy hue, and perched upon it was a porcelain doll of unfamiliar origin. Clad in a faded blue silk dress embellished with aged lace, The doll's exquisitely crafted face exuded a moment of eternal tranquility, with rosy cheeks and delicate painted features capturing a sense of serenity. However, it was the doll's eyes that held me transfixed. Crafted from painted glass, they possessed an uncanny depth that seemed to shift under the beam of my flashlight. Approaching cautiously, the floorboards beneath me emitted a soft groan, their protest resonating in the stillness. The doll sat poised elegantly, hands folded neatly in its lap, as if awaiting a long-lost companion. A small key protruded from the doll's back, hinting at its nature as a music box, yet I hesitated to wind it in the attic's silence. The atmosphere surrounding the rocking chair felt altered, cooler, denser, somehow. My breath materialized in small puffs in the flashlight's glow, while the rest of the attic retained the day's warmth. Reaching out to touch the doll's porcelain cheek, I felt not the anticipated chill of smoothness, but a gentle warmth pulsating faintly beneath my fingertips. In that moment, a faint melody seemed to drift through the air, reminiscent of a distant music box playing a lullaby my grandmother used to hum. The sound, barely perceptible, could have been a figment of my imagination, yet it bore the essence of a cherished memory. Lost in reverie, I witnessed the rocking chair shift ever so slightly, a subtle, almost imperceptible movement that quickened my heartbeat. The chair settled back into stillness, yet the air held a breathless quality around it. Intrigued, I found myself drawn back to the attic frequently after that initial encounter. At times, I would sit for hours in a nearby chair, observing the doll in its serene repose. On tranquil nights, when the house embraced its deepest silence, the faint strains of that distant melody lingered on the edge of perception. One twilight, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon and cast the attic in hues of amber and shadow, I stumbled upon a small diary nestled behind the rocking chair. Filled with my grandmother's elegant script, the pages revealed a photograph serving as a bookmark. The picture depicted my grandmother as a young girl seated in the same rocking chair, cradling what appeared to be the identical doll. Yet a peculiar detail caught my eye. The doll's posture in the photograph differed slightly from how I had discovered it, its head tilted at an altered angle, its hands arranged differently. Within the diary, my grandmother chronicled receiving the musical doll as a gift on her 8th birthday. A doll that played the sweetest lullabies she had ever heard. She recounted how the doll provided solace during thunderstorms and how, on lonely nights, she could swear she heard it sing without being wound. The final entry regarding the doll was penned a few days before my grandmother's passing, describing its comforting presence during her final days and how the old lullaby would drift through her dreams. The narrative halted abruptly, as if interrupted mid-sentence. Now, during quiet evenings in my grandmother's abode, I am often drawn back to the attic. The doll remains seated in its chair, its tranquil countenance unaltered yet somehow evolving with each viewing. Sometimes on the brink of slumber, I catch the familiar lullaby descending from above, a gentle reminder of my grandmother's enduring affection preserved in porcelain and silk, overseeing the house and its memories. The enigma of the doll remains unsolved, and perhaps that is as it should be. Certain queries are best left as gentle ponderings, floating in the ether between reality and dreams. In those instances when the house is most serene, rain tapping softly against the windows and wind murmuring through the halls, solace is found in the knowledge that above, in the dusty attic, a porcelain doll maintains its eternal vigil, safeguarding secrets and memories within its warm, gentle embrace. On tranquil nights, I have come to recognize the subtle shift in the atmosphere preceding the melody, a soft alteration in pressure, a gentle warming of the air, as if the house inhales deeply before the lullaby commences. In those suspended moments between wakefulness and slumber, I comprehend why my grandmother kept the doll's true essence veiled. Some mysteries are to be felt rather than comprehended, experienced rather than explained. Thus the doll remains nestled in its attic alcove, neither wholly bound to this world nor detached from it, a benevolent custodian of familial recollections and untold tales. Its presence has transformed from disquieting to comforting, a familiar enigma infusing the ancient house with a sense of tranquil marvel. As I drift into slumber each night, I sense its watchful gaze extending through the dwelling, interweaving dreams and memories in an eternal lullaby that whispers softly in the spaces between heartbeats. Story 33. The ancient house took on a new aura as twilight descended. Nestled in my grandfather's worn leather armchair, I observed the fading amber hues in the sky, witnessing the shadows elongating and waltzing across the aged wooden floors. The rain's gentle patter on the window panes orchestrated a soothing melody, harmonizing with the crackling of firewood in the hearth. Though I had inherited this house 3 months prior, its antiquated charm brought solace by day, yet the nights harbored an enigmatic essence that eluded explanation. The atmosphere thickened, the darkness carrying an almost tangible weight. The fragrance of weathered books and cedar wood pervaded every nook, mingling with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil seeping through the slightly askew window frames. My gaze drifted to the grandfather clock in the corner, its rhythmic ticking measuring time with unwavering accuracy. The brass pendulum swayed hypnotically, casting dancing reflections on the dim wallpaper. As drowsiness crept in, a peculiar sight drew my attention to the window across the room, a detail that had escaped notice on previous nights. The raindrops cascading against the glass created an unusual pattern, as if defying gravity and flowing sideways instead of down. I blinked slowly, questioning if exhaustion played tricks on my weary mind. The cozy fire's glow rendered the window's glass almost liquid-like, subtly rippling in a manner glass should not. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window with deliberate steps, my sock-clad feet soundless on the floorboards. With each stride, I discerned subtle anomalies that unsettled my senses. The frame, previously assumed to be crafted from the same dark wood as the others, possessed an iridescent quality reminiscent of moonlit mother of pearl. The glass felt peculiar beneath my touch, not warm, not cold, but a fusion of both sensations. Through the window, the view appeared distorted. Instead of the familiar garden with its overgrown roses and meandering stone path, only a soft, pulsating fog met my gaze, radiating an inner luminescence. Within the mist, elusive shapes moved, fluid yet defined, dancing in patterns reminiscent of half-forgotten dreams. The grandfather clock chimed 9, its deep melodious tones saturating the room. Each note reverberated through the enigmatic fog outside, momentarily halting the ethereal dance of the shapes within. The rain's sound intensified, now carrying whispers, not menacing or alarming, but soothing murmurs akin to leaves rustling in a summer zephyr. Settling on the window seat, my reflection in the glass waned as I fixated on the enigmas beyond. The fog gradually dispersed in patches, unveiling glimpses of what resembled another chamber. Impossible to exist beyond this second-story window. Elegant furniture fragments, levitating books, and a second window mirroring the one before me materialized within my view. The whispers grew more distinct, though their meaning remained elusive. They bore the warmth of familiar voices, akin to old friends conversing just beyond earshot. The rain's scent evolved into a complex fragrance, traces of vanilla, aged parchment, and an indescribably sweet floral essence. The air surrounding the window vibrated with a gentle energy, akin to the aftermath of a resonating bell. Amidst this tableau, time seemed to flow differently. The grandfather clock's ticking decelerated, each second elongating like honey cascading from a spoon. The shapes in the fog weaved narratives through their patterns, tales of bygone nights, past observers, and alternative windows. I glimpsed individuals who might have occupied my current seat, their countenances serene and inquisitive, their hands outstretched toward the glass as mine were. The dwindling fire cast new shadows that cavorted across the window's surface. Within these shadows, elegant script materialized and dissipated, forming words in unfamiliar languages that my understanding grasped intuitively. They spoke of gateways and thresholds, of interstitial spaces, of chambers existing within reality's folds. My eyelids grew heavy as I watched, struggling to keep them open, fearful of missing the next revelation in this mysterious vista. The fog persisted in its languid dance, occasionally parting to unveil tantalizing snippets of the improbable chamber beyond. At times, movements caught my eye, a fluttering curtain, shifting shadows, perhaps even the silhouette of an individual seated in a chair resembling my grandfather's. The whispers transformed into a melodic lullaby, intertwining with the rain's cadence in a gentle symphony. They conveyed secrets, concealed locales, and worlds lying just beyond the fragile veil of glass. Drifting between wakefulness and slumber, between this chamber and that ethereal realm, I succumbed to drowsiness. As my eyes closed, a soft click, akin to an unlocking door, and a faint creak of hinges lingered on the edge of perception. The last sensation I recalled was a cool breeze carrying the fragrance of ancient books and boundless possibilities. Upon awakening at dawn, nestled in my grandfather's chair beneath a forgotten blanket, the window appeared ordinary once more, offering a view of the rain-soaked garden. Yet on the window seat rested a single sheet of paper, its edges slightly curled, adorned with shifting, elegant script. Despite my efforts, the writing remained elusive, metamorphosing when directly observed. Occasionally, late at night when rain fell just so and shadows aligned flawlessly, I felt on the brink of comprehension. Since that day, every evening finds me by the window, a vigilant observer. Sometimes the mist materializes, other times it remains elusive. Occasionally I glimpse the other chamber, sometimes only shadows greet me. Yet always the whispers persist, the gentle rain cascades, and the promise of unrevealed mysteries lingers. And occasionally, when the grandfather clock tolls 9 and the fire dwindles, I wonder if an observer in that alternate realm gazes back, pen in hand, inscribing tales of a window peeking into our world. Story 34. As I tread the path leading to the ancient lighthouse, the rhythmic melody of waves caressing weathered stones enveloped my senses. The evening air whispered tales of salt and seaweed, intermingling with the earthy fragrance of rain-kissed soil. Each step I took resonated softly on the moist ground, harmonizing with the gentle sway of tall grass in the coastal breeze. Before me stood the lighthouse, its whitewashed facade shimmering with an otherworldly allure in the twilight's embrace. Layers of history peeked through delicate patterns of peeling paint, creating a tapestry of bygone days. A steady presence in my life as the keeper's aide, tonight, the lighthouse exuded an aura of enigma. The usual warm, golden beacon that should have danced upon the waters was conspicuously absent. Yet the lantern room atop the tower radiated a soft glow. Unlocking the heavy wooden door with a cold iron key, it groaned open, its deep resonance echoing through the circular chamber. A familiar blend of brass and mineral oil greeted me, accompanied by a subtle fragrance, elusive and familiar, like old books and dried flowers. My footsteps whispered on the stone floor as I ascended the spiral staircase, each of the 142 steps murmuring beneath my feet. The usual lighthouse sounds, the clockwork's gentle tick, the wind's soft hum through ventilation shafts, now seemed hushed, veiled by an unseen mist. The brass handrail, oddly warm to the touch, contradicted the cool night air. Higher I climbed, noticing peculiar details that defied my memory. Faint markings resembling writing adorned the walls, though upon closer inspection they dissolved into natural stone patterns. Entering the watchroom below the lantern chamber, an open logbook lay on the desk, its pages fluttering without a breeze. The last entry, in my own handwriting, yet foreign to my recollection, spoke of a peculiar occurrence. Light shines forth but illuminates nothing. The beam passes through the fog as if it doesn't exist. Chill crept over me as I neared the lantern room. The resplendent Fresnel lens refracted the lamp's light with mesmerizing brilliance, yet no beam cleaved the encroaching darkness beyond the glass panes. The light seemed to vanish mere feet from its source, swallowed by an unseen abyss. Leaning closer to the windows, my hand pressed against the cool glass revealed a sea of eerie stillness below, its black surface resembling silk devoid of starlight reflections. The sky above, clear and vast, melded seamlessly with the horizon, lost in an absolute darkness pulsating with a mysterious life force. The cryptic logbook entry echoed in my thoughts. Years of tending to this lighthouse, understanding its every nuance, clashed with the inexplicable disappearance of light before my eyes. A soft scraping noise drew my gaze to the open toolbox, tools arranged in an uncanny configuration resembling symbols. Blinking, the tools returned to normal, yet a disquieting unease lingered. The lamp's flame flickered, casting dancing shadows that revealed a discord in my own reflection on the glass. Movement slightly delayed, a subtle dissonance. A gentle hum emanated from the lens, not mechanical but organic, akin to a melodic resonance of a crystal glass being stroked. Its vibrations seemed to permeate the room, resonating through the floor and into my being. The logbook beckoned once more. Additional words materialized on its pages, as if penned by an invisible hand. The darkness doesn't consume the light. It transforms it into something we cannot perceive. Some things are meant to remain unseen. Peering out again, where the light should have caressed the water, pools of liquid shadow undulated, creating intricate patterns hinting at an unfathomable language. Mesmerized, I watched as the lens's hum intensified, its warm glow pulsating in sync. Brass fixtures defied logic, reflecting light at impossible angles, casting shadows that defied reality. Time warped within the lantern room. The moon traversed the sky in haste, while the clock's hands crept lazily, distorting the passage of minutes. The lens rotated steadily, warping the darkness outside into incomprehensible shapes, challenging my mind's grasp. The brass rail's warmth waned, replaced by a curious sensation, a touch of something ethereal, existing betwixt states of matter. The very air hummed with latent energy, akin to the calm before a storm, yet tender and inviting. Descending the stairs, each step felt as if traversing through layers of a reality slightly askew. The lighthouse, once a beacon, now seemed suspended in a realm between realms, its purpose transcending mere navigation through the night's obscurity. Come morning, no trace of the night's mysteries lingered in the logbook. Tools lay in their usual order, the lens cast its light without aberration. Yet on quiet nights, a faint echo of the hum returns, accompanied by fleeting moments where light fades into obscurity. In those instances, as the lighthouse maintains its vigil, I ponder if it speaks a language of shadows and light beyond mortal ken. The enigma of that night remains, shrouded in veils of uncertainty that shift with each recollection. The lighthouse persists in its silent watch, and I in mine, embracing the gentle mysteries that dance between realms known and unknown, seen and unseen. Story 35. The gentle radiance of street lamps filtered through a soft autumn mist, casting elongated shadows that swayed with ethereal grace. The worn cobblestones beneath my feet shimmered with evening dew, each step echoing through the tranquil alley. Brick buildings stood tall on either side, their weathered facades smoothed by years of rain and wind. Although I had strolled this path countless times before, tonight held a different air. A peculiar stillness enveloped the surroundings, as if the very world held its breath in anticipation. The familiar sense of autumn, fallen leaves, distant wood smoke, and cooling stone lingered in the air, heightened in their presence. With each step, I noticed how the shadows lingered a moment too long after I passed, twisting and bending in defiance of the street lamps' positions, like dark silk swaying in an unseen breeze. The soft tap of my shoes against stone became the sole sound in a world that had grown hushed. To my right, the ancient antique shop displayed its curious collection in the window. Brass candlesticks, vintage photographs in tarnished frames, delicate porcelain figurines. Yet tonight, the items seemed to have shifted slightly from their usual arrangement. A particular photograph caught my eye, depicting a misty alley resembling the one where I stood. The mist thickened, not threateningly, but like a gentle veil settling over the evening, carrying a faint metallic taste of rain-washed pennies and autumn leaves. The amber glow of the street lamps transformed into pulsating halos, almost as if breathing. As I continued my walk, I noticed subtle changes unfolding around me. The shadows cast by objects in the antique shop window no longer matched their sources. They moved gracefully, forming shapes hinting at figures and forms just beyond recognition. Yet, there was no fear in their dance. It was captivating, almost serene. The brick walls absorbed the sound of my steps, creating a cocoon of silence that enveloped me like a cozy shawl. The air grew heavy with the scent of old books and tea leaves, though no nearby shops sold such items. Glimmers of light drifted lazily through the mist, resembling fireflies on a summer night. I found myself slowing down, drawn into the hypnotic ambiance. The shadows continued their silent ballet, responding to my presence like curious children peeking out from hiding. They reached towards me tentatively, then retreated gracefully as I turned to face them. The antique shop's window now reflected more than its contents. Layers of time overlapped within its glass, showing ghostly images of people who once walked the alley, moving soundlessly in an eternal loop. The mist weaved patterns in the air, almost like smoke forming meaningful shapes. The shadows took on distinct forms now, hinting at long-forgotten merchants, Victorian ladies, children at play, all moving silently through their remembered routines. Near the end of the alley, I noticed something peculiar about my own shadow. It moved slightly out of sync with my steps, as if contemplating each movement independently. When I raised my hand, my shadow mirrored the action a moment later, thoughtfully. A comforting warmth filled the air, carrying scents of chamomile and lavender, though no gardens bloomed nearby. The mist pulsed gently with a soft amber light emanating from within. The brick walls appeared to breathe, their surfaces rippling subtly with each light pulse. As I touched one of the walls, a gentle warmth greeted my fingers, releasing waves of sensations. The touch of countless hands, whispered conversations, the season's embrace. Patterns formed by the shadows on the cobblestones told stories of the alley's past, of intersecting lives, shared secrets. Each pattern dissolved into the next with fluid grace, creating an endless narrative in light and shadow. Time lost its significance as I watched history's silent dance unfold. The mist enveloped me like a warm hug, and the shadows continued their elegant display. The line between observer and participant blurred as I became part of the alley's ongoing tale. As evening deepened, the shadows grew distinct, yet gentle. They moved with purpose, shaping forms suggesting doorways or windows to other times. Through these shadowy portals, I glimpsed the alley in different eras. Carriages passing, lamplighters lighting gas lamps, women in long dresses. The antique shop's window became a canvas for these temporal echoes, reflecting layers of past and possible futures. My shadow joined the others in their silent dance, moving with natural grace through the cobblestone patterns. The sensation was not unsettling, but deeply peaceful, as if I had found my place in an eternal choreography. When I turned to leave, my shadow hesitated briefly before following. The mist parted gently, the street lamps bidding me farewell with their amber glow. The air still carried scents of chamomile and old books, fading like a dream upon waking. Looking back, I saw the shadows dancing, weaving stories in the interplay of light and dark. The antique shop window reflected a final image. My form walking the alley, from a time that could have been yesterday or a century ago. The distinction no longer mattered. Carrying the evening's peace, I walked home, knowing the alley would never look the same. The shadows would always dance, sharing their silent tales with those who paused to watch. Sometimes, on quiet evenings with rolling mist, I returned to join their gentle performance, adding my shadow to their eternal, silent symphony. Story 36. The soft, rhythmic melody of autumn rain tapping against my window had transformed into a soothing lullaby, weaving through the stillness of the night. Nestled in my grandmother's cherished reading chair, enveloped by the warmth of her handcrafted blanket, I observed as droplets traced intricate patterns down the glass, like nature's delicate brushstrokes. Despite her physical absence, her spirit lingered in every nook of the ancient home she had bequeathed to me. The gentle glow of my reading lamp cast soft shadows on the aged wooden floors, imbued with the stories of generations past. A cup of chamomile tea exuded a faint floral scent, intermingling with the earthy aroma of weathered books lining the walls. The grandfather clock in the hallway marked the passage of time with its steady heartbeat, filling the hushed rooms with a sense of history and mystery. As night deepened its embrace, a peculiar sight caught my attention, a subtle anomaly at the window opposite me. The rain cascading down the glass appeared to defy gravity, its movement defying the natural order. Initially dismissing it as a trick of light, I couldn't ignore the undeniable sensation that the glass itself was alive, undulating like a tranquil pond disturbed by a gentle breeze. Fixated on this surreal occurrence, the world beyond the window began to shift and transform before my eyes. The contemporary houses across the street dissolved, replaced by sprawling fields aglow with an otherworldly radiance. The transition unfolded seamlessly, the rain's symphony persisting in the background, its cadence a constant companion. Through the looking glass, a different era unfolded, a warm summer evening steeped in a time long past. Compelled by an unseen force, I rose from my seat, the familiar creak of the floorboards tethering me to the present. Drawing closer to the window, I felt an uncharacteristic warmth emanating from the glass, accompanied by a subtle hum that resonated in the air. Figures moved in the distance, their forms ethereal and transient, like wisps of memory materializing before my eyes. Among them, a young woman reminiscent of my grandmother in her youth danced, her presence a spectral echo of bygone days. As the scenes shifted and intertwined, I discerned subtle details bridging the gap between past and present. A timeless tree, the undulating hills on the horizon, the ancient stone wall that framed the property. The scent of lilacs, my grandmother's beloved bloom, wafted through the air, a ghostly reminder of her enduring presence. When the young woman turned towards me, a shared recognition permeated the void between us, transcending the barriers of time and space. With the stroke of midnight, the house reverberated with the resonant toll of the grandfather clock, each chime signaling the gradual dissolution of the spectral tableau before me. The figures faded into obscurity, their movements slowing until they merged with the inky darkness beyond the glass. The young woman's visage lingered, her knowing smile a poignant reflection of my grandmother's essence. As silence enveloped the room, the window reverted to its mundane facade, concealing the ephemeral glimpse into a distant past. Yet, a subtle shimmer lingered upon the glass, imperceptible to all but the keenest eye. The fragrance of lilacs mingled with the remnants of my cooling tea, a bittersweet reminder of the night's ethereal encounter. Nestling back into my grandmother's embrace, I found solace in the gentle patter of rain against the window, now infused with echoes of a forgotten melody. In the tranquil embrace of sleep, I pondered the enigmatic allure of the old house, where time itself seemed to ebb and flow like a restless tide. Each shadow whispered of untold stories, each creak a reverberation of history. Embracing the mystery that enveloped the ancient abode, I ceased to seek explanations for that fateful night. Instead, I embraced the ephemeral magic that revealed itself in the quiet interludes, in the delicate dance of raindrops, in the fleeting reflections that hinted at hidden truths. The house, once merely old, now exuded a timeless aura, where echoes of centuries past mingled with the present. In the subtle nuances of the floorboards and the shadows that flickered across the walls, I found a connection to a history beyond my own. No longer a mere observer, I became a custodian of the house's secrets, a guardian of its mystical windows that bridged the chasm of time. On nights shrouded in rain and solitude, I returned to that sacred chair, awaiting the subtle ripple in the glass, the ephemeral shift in reality. Though the spectacle has yet to repeat itself, I catch fleeting glimpses of bygone eras, like whispers carried on the wind. In the quietude of the night, I find comfort in the enigmatic tapestry of memories woven into the fabric of the old house, where each raindrop carries a fragment of a forgotten tale. As I drift between wakefulness and dreams, reality and illusion, the rain continues its gentle serenade, a symphony of the past echoing through the corridors of time. Story 37. As the autumn evening settled in, the gentle rustling of dried leaves brushed softly against my window, pulling me away from my book. Their whispers carried a peculiar melody, distinct from the usual chaos of wind-blown debris. I set my book aside, captivated by the soothing sound of their dance. In the comforting embrace of my grandfather's old leather armchair, the house creaked contentedly around me, the warm glow of the reading lamp casting long shadows on the hardwood floors. In the fading light, I noticed a pattern in the leaves' movement against the glass, a rhythm akin to a secret language. Intrigued, I approached the window, drawn by an unexplainable curiosity. The crisp autumn air enveloped me, carrying scents of decaying leaves and distant wood smoke, mingling with the sweet chill of the season's arrival. Closer to the window, I observed the leaves twirling in graceful motions, almost as if choreographed in a natural ballet. Their dance grew more deliberate, forming intricate patterns that seemed to hint at hidden meanings just beyond reach. Shapes flickered in the darkening twilight, teasing recognition before dissolving back into the whirlwind. A chill crept through the room, the radiator's steady hum, a mere backdrop to the mysterious leaf song. A sense of familiarity washed over me, as if the haunting melody echoed memories buried deep within. I hummed along, the ancient tune resonating with the leaves' hypnotic movements. The spiraling patterns intensified, beckoning me to open the window and immerse myself in the enchanting melody. My hand hesitated on the cool metal latch, torn between the rational urge to retreat and the allure of the unknown. The leaves pressed closer, their urgency palpable in the night's embrace. A sudden creak shattered the trance, jolting me back to reality. Reluctantly, I released the latch, the plaintive note of the leaf song sighing in disappointment. I watched as the intricate dance dissolved, the leaves dispersing into the night, leaving only echoes of their mysterious allure. Returning to my chair, I picked up my book, but the haunting melody lingered in the air, intertwining with the house's nocturnal symphony. In the quiet moments before sleep, whispers of ancient words seemed to drift through the leafy chorus, elusive yet achingly familiar. The autumn winds continued their nightly serenade, the leaves dancing against the window in a silent tribute to the mysteries that lingered just beyond reach. Though the temptation to unlock the window remained, I chose to keep it closed, content to let the enigma of that night's encounter rest undisturbed. Yet, in the depths of night, as the mysterious melody hummed in my thoughts, the leaves outside rustled in acknowledgement, as if sharing a silent secret from a time long forgotten. Story 38. The autumn air draped heavily around my rustic cabin, carrying the essence of fallen leaves in its embrace. Beyond the window, the ancient forest stood motionless, frozen in a timeless tableau. Not a single leaf rustled, not a branch quivered. This eerie calm had persisted for 3 days now, defying the usual rhythm of nature. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cocooned in a soft woolen throw, I listened to the crackling of the fireplace. The flickering flames cast playful shadows on the rough-hewn walls, their warmth a stark contrast against the encroaching gray twilight. My cup of chamomile tea had grown cold, abandoned as I pondered the disquieting silence enveloping my sanctuary. The forest had always been my refuge, a sanctuary from the cacophony of the world outside. But this silence was different, heavy, almost sentient. It reminded me of the pregnant pause before a storm, that electrifying moment when nature holds its breath. Yet this moment lingered, defying explanation. My feline companion's shadow lay curled on the windowsill, her obsidian fur reflecting the fire's glow. Her ears stayed alert, golden eyes fixed on an unseen presence in the shadows. At times she raised her head to track movements imperceptible to me, her tail twitching with restless energy. That night, as I readied for bed, a peculiar sight greeted me in the bathroom mirror. Behind me, where darkness should reign, a glimpse of a pale mist swirled with purpose. When I turned, darkness greeted me, yet the impression lingered in my mind like a phantom echo. Sleep eluded me that night. The silence pressed against my ears, amplifying the rhythm of my own heartbeat against the pillow. In that liminal state between wakefulness and slumber, I detected a faint rhythmic whisper, akin to distant breathing. Morning broke, the stillness unyielding. The forest remained frozen, a painted backdrop on the horizon. However, a subtle change had occurred overnight. The carpet of fallen leaves around my cabin had shifted, forming intricate patterns that seemed deliberate. Curved lines and spirals radiated from the base of trees, resembling ripples on a pond. Shadow refused to venture outside, perched by the window, fixated on the leaf patterns with unwavering intensity. When I ventured out for firewood, the air felt dense and resistant, like wading through unseen molasses. The temperature remained stagnant, indifferent to sunlight or shade, a disconcerting neutrality that prickled my skin. Dusk descended, heralding the first significant shift in days. The mist glimpsed in the mirror materialized at the forest's edge, weaving through the trees like exploratory tendrils, pale and luminous in the dimming light. Within its ethereal depths, shapes flickered into existence and dissolved, fleeting movements that vanished upon direct gaze. The breathing sound intensified as night fell, emanating from all directions and none, filling the void between heartbeats. Shadow pressed against me, her fur bristling, as we observed the mist inching closer to the cabin, carrying scents of earth, age, and something ancient and enigmatic. That night, my dreams were woven with roots snaking through floorboards, leaves whispering my name, and trees leaning in to peer through windows with eyes concealed in bark. The breathing sound morphed into a voice, uttering words in a familiar yet incomprehensible tongue. Awakening, damp with dew despite sealed windows, I noticed the leaf patterns had evolved, spiraling outward from my abode like a colossal fingerprint. Even in daylight, the mist lingered, clinging to the ground in tendrils reaching for my steps. Shadow spent the day chasing invisible specters from window to window. On the seventh day of stillness, I discovered handprints on my windows, not etched on glass, but in the condensation that had formed overnight. Larger than human hands, with too many fingers, these prints meandered like vine-like trails. The breathing sound had become a constant companion, ebbing and flowing like distant waves. That evening, by the fireside, I noticed the shadows no longer danced with the flame's cadence. They swayed in synchrony with the forest's breath, mirroring a rhythm unseen. The leaf patterns had infiltrated my sanctuary, etched in dust on shelves, ingrained in wooden floorboards, woven into the very fabric of my blankets. Abruptly, Shadow leaped from her perch, dashing to the door, pressing an ear against the wood. The breathing sound crescendoed, resonating in my chest, synchronizing my heartbeat with something ancient and vast. The mist seeped through cracks, carrying scents of moss, mushrooms, and quiet decay. Fear should have gripped me, but it felt as distant and insignificant as the world beyond the forest. Instead, a profound sense of recognition enveloped me, as if I was finally acknowledging a presence that had always observed and waited. The patterns surrounding me were a language, I realized, inscribed in leaves, shadows, and breath. As I pen these words, the forest remains still, yet pulsating with life more vibrant than ever. The mist has become a constant companion, swirling at my feet as I traverse my dwelling. Shadow has ceased her vigil by the windows, embracing our altered reality. The breathing sound has become so familiar that its absence is noted only in rare moments. Sometimes, amidst nocturnal depths, I sense a comprehension of the forest's message. Patterns shift and morph, crafting words and images hovering just beyond grasp. The boundary between my finite existence and the ancient, expansive consciousness enveloping me thins with each passing day. Unsure if the forest has altered, or if I perceive it as it always has been, the stillness no longer oppresses. It anticipates, akin to a held breath before profound utterances. I hold my breath, awaiting the forest's next discourse. Leaves pirouette, mist spins its tails, and in the silence between heartbeats, the forest breathes. And I breathe alongside it, melding into a mystery devoid of resolution. For some queries, the beauty lies in their unanswered state, lingering like morning mist, beckoning us to simply listen and ponder. Story 39. The gentle rain tapped softly against the window panes of my grandmother's ancient house, weaving a delicate, soothing melody throughout the Victorian mansion. Just a fortnight ago, I had come into possession of this grand abode, with its creaking floors and vintage wallpaper steeped in memories. Yet there was a subtle shift in the air now that I wandered its halls alone. The rain enveloped the house in a cozy embrace as I roamed the familiar corridors, my feet barely whispering on the aged wooden floors. Ascending the stairs that evening, a cup of chamomile tea warming my hands, the amber light from an antique brass lamp painted playful shadows on the walls. The house seemed to pulsate with the rhythm of the weather, its wooden structure expanding and contracting with the dampness in the air. Each step I took echoed with a soft groan from the stairs, as if old friends murmured secrets to each other. Upon reaching the second floor, a peculiar fragrance wafted towards me, a blend of ancient books, dried lavender, and an elusive undertone that eluded identification. It evoked the charged atmosphere preceding a summer storm, pregnant with anticipation and promise. Intrigued by this mysterious scent, I felt drawn towards the guest bedroom at the end of the hallway, a room seldom visited even in my childhood days. The door stood slightly ajar, emitting a silvery light, different from the warm glow of my lamp. Pushing the door open, it released a melodic sigh from its hinges. The room unfolded before me much as I remembered. The faded floral wallpaper, the heavy burgundy curtains, the ornate mirror above the dresser. Yet an undeniable change lingered in the air. Looking up, a gasp caught in my throat. The ceiling, once a simple eggshell white in my memory, now stretched infinitely upward. Not a harsh or frightening sight, but rather mesmerizing. The familiar plaster texture gradually dissolved into layers of translucent mist, swirling in hypnotic patterns. The silvery light emanating from this mystical expanse cast gentle shadows that danced like underwater flora in a tranquil current. Nestling into the old wingback chair by the window, my tea forgotten in my hands, I lost myself in the enchanting display above. With each passing moment, intricate details emerged in the boundless space. Sometimes, twinkling stars peeked through the mist, while other times elusive shapes formed and dissipated. Perhaps birds in flight, or leaves carried by an unseen breeze. The rain continued its serene symphony outside, but in this room, the sound took on new dimensions. Each droplet created ethereal ripples in the air, stirring the mist in mesmerizing patterns. The scent of lavender enveloped me, mingling with hints of midnight dew and moonflowers. Time seemed to waver as I sat there, minutes blending into hours as I observed the ceiling's graceful ballet. Occasionally, faint sounds akin to distant wind chimes reached my ears, though no such ornaments adorned the window. The ephemeral melody ebbed and flowed like a radio transmission from a faraway land. Memories of my grandmother's words surfaced in my mind, of houses harboring secrets, collecting memories and dreams as others would gather trinkets or photographs. She spoke of this with a knowing smile, especially when mentioning this house. Had she been aware of this room? Had she spent evenings like this, witnessing the infinite ceiling's ethereal shifts? As night deepened, I noticed the patterns above morphing into what seemed like writing, not in any recognizable language, but in elegant symbols hinting at meanings just beyond reach. They materialized slowly, lingered briefly, then dissolved back into the mist, making way for new symbols to emerge. The room retained its tranquil ambiance, yet an undeniable presence lingered, as though the space itself held quiet awareness. Not menacing or overbearing, but akin to the sensation one feels in an ancient library filled with wisdom-laden tomes, or a timeless garden that has blossomed for centuries in the same spot. Drifting into a slumber, lulled by the rain's gentle cadence and the ceiling's hypnotic display, I awoke to sunlight filtering through the burgundy drapes, bathing the room in a rosy glow. Glancing upwards, the ceiling appeared normal once more, the familiar eggshell white plaster of my youth. My abandoned teacup sat cold on the side table, and the air carried only a faint trace of lavender. Rising from the chair, a sense of rejuvenation washed over me, as if I had slumbered for days instead of mere hours. About to depart the room, a new sight caught my eye, a solitary dried lavender sprig delicately placed beside the mirror. Upon lifting it, a burst of fragrance identical to the previous night's scent enveloped me. On rainy evenings, I still find myself drawn to that room. The infinite ceiling does not reveal itself on every occasion, choosing its moments like a shy visitor who arrives only when conditions align perfectly. I have ceased trying to predict or summon its appearance, instead embracing the mystery it embodies, a reminder that even the most familiar settings hold boundless enchantment. Some nights, I sense a comprehension of the symbols in the mist. Other nights, I am content to observe their graceful dance. Yet always, a profound serenity envelops the room, as if the infinite ceiling imparts a secret decipherable solely in the language of dreams and rain. Recollections of my grandmother's musings regarding houses concealing secrets echo during these encounters. Perhaps she possessed knowledge beyond her spoken words. Perhaps this room, with its endless ceiling and enigmatic presence, serves as the house's conduit for sharing its amassed memories and dreams with me, one rainy night at a time. The tale of the room with the infinite ceiling remains mine alone to cherish. Certain mysteries, I believe, are meant for experience rather than exposition. Yet on tranquil nights, when rain taps against the window panes and the fragrance of lavender and potential fills the air, I sense that somewhere above me, in that limitless expanse, the mist continues its eternal waltz, inscribing narratives in a language comprehensible solely to dreams. Story 40. The breeze murmured through the autumn leaves, carrying the essence of rain-soaked earth and aged blooms. Nestled in my grandmother's weathered rocking chair, cocooned in a cozy woolen throw, I observed as the evening haze drifted over my backyard, shaping ordinary forms into enigmatic silhouettes. The gentle sway of the chair against the wooden porch harmonized with my breathing, creating a lulling cadence. My gaze wandered to the ancient hedge that demarcated my land, a barrier of thorny branches towering high above, veiling its secrets with a cloak of dense foliage. Grandmother used to weave tales about the hedge, claiming it stood as old as time itself, safeguarding something precious beyond. In my youth, I embraced her stories as fanciful whispers, akin to fairies frolicking under moonbeams or shadows divulging hidden truths. The misty air carried a faint aroma of roses, a peculiar scent considering my garden bore none. As nightfall descended, the fragrance intensified, a sweet perfume reminiscent of the dried petals nestled in grandmother's jewelry casket. My eyelids grew heavy as I listened to the melodic drip of water from the leaves, each droplet creating concentric circles in the burgeoning puddles below. A soft radiance caught my eye, shimmering just beyond the hedge. Unlike the harsh glare of a neighbor's security light or the sterile blue hue of modern LEDs, this light exuded a warm, golden glow, akin to honey bathed in sunlight. It pulsed with a gentle rhythm, seeming to dance amidst the thorns and branches. Mesmerized, I rose from the chair, the blanket slipping unnoticed to the porch floor. Barefoot, I traversed the dew-kissed grass, each step sinking slightly into the yielding soil. Drawing nearer to the hedge, intricate details emerged from the shadows. Dewdrops adorned the thorns like glistening jewels, each one capturing and reflecting the enigmatic golden light. The elusive scent of midnight blue roses, unseen yet smelled earlier, materialized before me, their petals an ethereal hue nestled amidst the thorny embrace. Standing before the hedge, a revelation struck me, a slender gap between the branches, just wide enough for a solitary passage. The thorns seemed to yield, forming a natural archway around the opening. Through this breach, the golden light spilled, casting elongated shadows across the ground. Peering through the gap, I glimpsed what seemed to be another garden. Unlike my pragmatic backyard with its orderly rows of produce and herb patches, this realm defied nature's laws. Flowers that should have wilted in the autumnal chill bloomed vibrantly. Vines with leaves akin to stained glass twined around ancient stone pillars, incongruous with the suburban setting. A medley of scents wafted through the gap, night-blooming jasmine, fresh rain on stone, and something ineffable, ancient and mysterious, akin to the time-worn pages of a forgotten tome or the dust of bygone memories. My heart beat steadily, not with trepidation but with a profound sense of awe, reminiscent of my childhood days entranced by grandmother's narratives. I reached out to caress one of the midnight blue roses, expecting a cool, dew-kissed touch. Instead, warmth greeted my fingertips, as if the petals basked in eternal summer. Upon contact, a soft harmony wafted through the hedge's opening, not quite music, but an echo of a melody, akin to recalling a tune from a dream. The golden light pulsed anew, casting shadows that stirred in the distant garden. These were not menacing forms, but gentle movements reminiscent of dancers swaying to a distant melody. Each shadow left trails of soft light in its wake, akin to fireflies sketching ethereal patterns in the darkness. I found myself swaying subtly, my being responding to the half-remembered melody. The thorny archway seemed to widen imperceptibly, an unspoken invitation to step through. Rationality whispered that this was impossible. Hedges do not part like stage curtains, and gardens do not glow with mystic light. Yet grandmother's voice reverberated in my mind, imparting that the most beautiful truths are often shrouded in impossibility. Water dripped rhythmically from the leaves above, each droplet harmonizing with the ethereal melody emanating from beyond the hedge. Time ebbed, thick and honeyed, as the mist enveloped my feet, guiding me forward with gentle insistence. A balmy zephyr carried the fragrance of roses through the portal, now intensified, mingled with traces of vanilla and cedar. The shadows in the distant garden continued their spectral dance, and I fancied glimpsing familiar shapes among them. The sway of grandmother's cherished dress, the tilt of her head as she narrated her tales, the tender wave of her hand unveiling the enchantment concealed in the mundane. The golden light pulsed once more, momentarily enveloping the entire hedge in a shimmering veil, reminiscent of dewdrops under the morning sun. The gap amid the thorny boughs persisted, patient and anticipatory, neither urging nor dissuading my next move. The mystery of what lay beyond lingered like a held breath. I stood, feet sinking into the moist grass as the night deepened, eclipsing the pragmatic world of street lamps and urban clamor, leaving only the symphony of falling water, the warm radiance beckoning from beyond the hedge, and the eternal dance of shadows in that fantastical garden. My hand remained outstretched, fingers brushing the warm petals of the midnight blue rose. The decision to traverse the threshold remained suspended, akin to the mist that continued to encircle my feet. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in crossing the boundary, but in acknowledging the existence of thresholds, junctures where the ordinary converges with the ancient and obscure, where childhood tales blend with reality like watercolors melding on dampened paper. A smile graced my lips, comprehending at last the wisdom grandmother endeavored to impart all those years ago. Some gardens are meant to be glimpsed but never fully explored, their mysteries preserved like delicate blooms pressed between the pages of remembrance. The hedge would retain its enigmas, as it had for generations, yet now I knew they lingered there, concealed behind the thorns, waltzing in golden light to the serenade of falling rain. Story 41. In the hushed hours of the night, the gentle patter of rain against my window stirred me from slumber, a soothing lullaby in the veiled darkness of dawn. Familiar yet strangely different, the raindrops carried whispers that beckoned me to listen. They wove a tale beyond comprehension, like murmurs drifting from distant realms. Drawn by an unseen force, I rose from bed and approached the window, compelled by an inexplicable urge to peer outside. The world lay shrouded in a cloak of mist, its contours blurred and transformed into enigmatic silhouettes by the ethereal veil. Amidst the fog, a faint blue light flickered in the distance, its glow barely perceptible through the swirling haze. Silent yet insistent, the light called out to me, urging me to follow its elusive beacon. Clad in a woolen sweater, I ventured into the cool, damp night air, the mist caressing my skin like a gentle embrace. The air carried the tang of salt, a scent unexplainable in our landlocked surroundings. Yet there it lingered, a whisper of the sea on a breeze that defied logic. The sand shifted beneath my feet, the solid ground giving way to soft, damp grains that seeped between my toes, though I had no memory of removing my shoes. The transition was subtle, the suburban streets fading into endless dunes that stretched into the obscurity of the night. As I followed the pulsing light, the very earth beneath me seemed to change, each footfall leading me further into a realm of ambiguity. The blue light intensified, its rhythm harmonizing with the phantom sound of unseen waves, replacing the rain's gentle cadence. Each pulse illuminated the mist, painting watery patterns in the air. Amidst these ephemeral displays, a colossal form materialized in the distance, the silhouette of an ancient sailing ship, its masts soaring like spectral fingers into the night. Time flowed differently in this realm, a languid dance of moments slipping by imperceptibly. The ship loomed larger in my gaze, yet remained just beyond reach, as if etched into the very fabric of the fog. A rustling in the wet sands behind me caught my attention, footsteps not my own drawing near. When I turned, shapes flickered in the mist, human forms that dissolved upon scrutiny. Their whispers lingered, tales of a ship traversing worlds, manifesting on nights when the boundary between reality and dreams blurred. Observing the phantom vessel, I noticed details that shifted when unobserved. The figurehead morphed from mermaid to serpent to sorrowful maiden and back again. The ship's form wavered, its size and structure in constant flux, defying definition. Water pooled around my feet, rising steadily without the intrusion of waves. Ankle deep in the still pool, I beheld a reflection of the ship in its former glory. Billowing sails, gleaming brass, and shadowy figures moving purposefully across the decks. The final pulse of blue light unveiled the passengers and crew, frozen in timeless occupation. Their countenances serene, they gazed towards me, eyes aglow with the same ethereal light that had guided me. They were not lost or captive, but resolute in their chosen existence. As the water receded, the ship's outline faded into the mist, melding with the nebulous surroundings. Whispers ebbed into the distance, melding with the murmur of far-off waves. Turning homeward, I found the path altered, the beach unfamiliar in the shifting darkness. Yet my steps led me unerringly through the transforming landscape. The scent of sea salt yielded to the clean fragrance of rain as daybreak approached. At my window, the fading fog unveiled a world reborn in morning light. The blue glow had dissipated, leaving only the ghostly memory of its presence. A weathered sea glass nestled in my pocket, a tangible echo of the mysterious night. On quiet, rainy nights, a glimpse of that spectral blue light still beckons from afar. The ship appears in ever-shifting forms, a fleeting vision that eludes capture. The sea glass rests on my windowsill, a token of that enigmatic journey. And in the thick shroud of fog, distant whispers echo tales of a vessel that navigates the liminal space between reality and reverie, forever adrift amidst the tides of possibility. Story 42. The rain cascaded in gentle waves against the wooden shingles of the ancient inn, painting a soothing melody that whispered of long-held secrets. Standing before the weathered door, my traveling coat weighed down by the dampness, I gazed at the lamplight flickering behind fogged window panes. The sign above softly groaned in the evening breeze. The Wanderer's Inn, its faded letters still visible in the deepening dusk. There was an inexplicable pull to this place, beyond mere refuge from the autumn storm. Perhaps it was the ethereal glow emanating from within, or the unnaturally deep shadows that lingered in the corners of the building. My fingertips traced the intricate carvings on the door frame, spirals that seemed to dance and transform under my touch. The door swung open with a welcoming sigh, as if beckoning me into its mysteries. A blend of wood smoke and sweet scents, like lavender or sage, wafted through the air as I stepped inside. The common room stretched out before me, both spacious and intimate, dominated by a grand stone fireplace along one wall. Comfortable chairs and small tables dotted the room, most of them unoccupied, except for a few solitary wanderers lost in contemplation. The innkeeper, with her silver hair catching the flickering firelight, greeted me with a smile that held depths of untold tales and well-kept secrets. "Welcome, traveler." Her voice carried a warmth akin to mulled wine on a wintry night. "You've arrived precisely when you needed to." I had questions on the tip of my tongue, but they dissolved like mist in the morning sun. Instead, I found myself ascending a narrow staircase with the innkeeper, the wooden steps whispering beneath our feet. The wallpaper in the hallway seemed to undulate with unseen patterns, flowers that hinted at faces, vines that suggested ancient scripts. My room, number 7 at the end of the hall, awaited me, though I couldn't recall discussing the length of my stay or settling the bill. The door handle felt cool to the touch, and as it turned, a distant melody, like a half-remembered lullaby played on an unfamiliar instrument, brushed my ears. The room was both expected and extraordinary. A majestic 4-poster bed stood against one wall, its rich burgundy curtains swaying gently without a breeze. A writing desk faced the window, offering a view of expansive gardens that seemed to transcend the inn's modest exterior. The aged wooden floor bore witness to countless footsteps over the ages, exuding a sense of timelessness. As I made myself at home, shedding my damp outerwear, I noticed subtle details that shifted when I looked away. The mirror above the wash basin occasionally reflected movements that defied reality, and the shadows in the room's corners pulsed with a gentle rhythm mirroring the distant rain's cadence. That night, sleep enveloped me in a profound embrace, wrapped in blankets redolent of mysterious herbs. Dreams filled with murmurs of conversations in languages just beyond my grasp, and fleeting glimpses of fellow travelers, some garbed in attire from bygone eras, others draped in ensembles beyond my comprehension. Morning arrived like a gentle tide, the light filtering through the window bearing an otherworldly quality, as if sifted through layers of time itself. Descending to the common room, I found it both vacant and teeming, devoid of people, yet pregnant with a lingering presence, as if echoes of conversations from all epochs lingered in the air like dust motes in sunbeams. The innkeeper appeared, offering a steaming cup of tea I hadn't requested, but knew was precisely what I desired. "Did you rest well?" Her inquiry held a knowing undertone, suggesting she already knew the answer. The tea tasted of memories unclaimed and lands unexplored. Throughout the day, guests drifted in and out with an ethereal quality. A man in a tattered coat penned letters that glowed softly in the afternoon light. A young woman adorned with starry hair perused a book whose pages appeared blank until you looked away. An elderly gentleman by the hearth conversed softly with an unseen companion, or perhaps a presence perceived in a manner beyond my senses. Time flowed peculiarly within the inn's confines. Meals materialized as needed, their preparation unseen. The light filtering through the windows defied conventional timekeeping, and the garden vistas shifted, never displaying the same scenery twice, yet all evoked a sense of familiarity I couldn't quite grasp. Evening drew me to a library I could swear hadn't existed that morning. Books lined the walls, their titles in ever-changing scripts when I tried to decipher them. The room exuded scents of leather, time, and boundless potential. An open book on a stand beckoned to me. Its pages brimmed with tales of travelers at pivotal crossroads, inns existing in the interstices of time, and custodians of thresholds guiding wayward souls. That night, as I lay in bed amidst the ceaseless rainfall, a profound realization about the Wanderer's Inn washed over me. Its walls weren't merely sheltering travelers from the elements. They harbored moments detached from time itself. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of lamplight, every hushed conversation in the corridors unfolded in an eternal loop, simultaneously occurring in the present and echoing through infinite pasts. Contemplating departure the next morning, I discovered a peculiar amnesia regarding my prior journey's direction and intended destination. The innkeeper's smile held all the answers unspoken as I inquired about settling my account or scheduling my exit. "The inn keeps its own time." She refilled my cup with a liquid shimmering like memories, and each guest lingers precisely as long as needed. Days melded into weeks, time fluid as the undulating wallpaper patterns, conversations with spectral guests, books rewriting their narratives when unobserved, and strolls through gardens existing in all seasons simultaneously became my reality. Some mornings, notes inscribed in my own hand appeared on the writing desk, conveying thoughts I couldn't recall conceiving. They spoke of voyages yet uncharted and revelations yet unearthed, ink gleaming with boundless potential, words shifting as I folded the papers away. Eventually I comprehended that the Wanderer's Inn transcended mere physicality. It embodied a moment elongated into a haven, a pause in the relentless march of time where lost souls might rediscover themselves or lose themselves in a manner most fitting. One day, though day, might inadequately capture that temporal juncture, I sensed the call to resume my journey. My boots awaited by the door, though my recollection of removing them had vanished. My coat hung on the peg, simultaneously aged and pristine. The innkeeper stood at the threshold, though her presence hadn't registered as I descended the stairs. "Will I find my way back?" My query veiled a deeper uncertainty. Her enigmatic smile held all the answers unspoken. "Those who seek the inn always find it, though its visage may shift upon your return." Stepping out into a world both familiar and alien, memories that seemed more dream than reality clung to me. The sign still softly groaned in the breeze, but as I glanced back one final time, the inn shimmered and blurred like a reflection rippled by a gentle rain. Now, on nights when rain descends in that particular cadence or fragrances of nameless herbs drift my way, I find myself seeking a weathered door adorned with spiraling carvings, for windows aglow with an otherworldly luminescence. Occasionally, just occasionally, the faint creak of a sign reading "The Wanderer's Inn" reaches my ears. Whether a memory or a pledge of what's to come, uncertainty veils the truth. Story 43. In the quiet embrace of autumn rain, my study became a sanctuary of tranquility as I sifted through the echoes of the past held within ancient family documents. The soft cadence of droplets against the windowpane created a lullaby, while the warm halo of light from my vintage desk lamp enveloped me in a cozy cocoon, leaving the rest of the room shrouded in gentle shadows. This house, once my grandmother's, now whispered tales of bygone eras, carrying within its Victorian walls a legacy of memories that had been passed down through generations. Amidst the sea of yellowed papers, my hand chanced upon a peculiar find, a weathered leather-bound journal, its cover bearing no insignia but exuding a sense of ageless wisdom. Opening it revealed the graceful script of my grandmother, chronicling her meticulous observations about the house's upkeep, until a particular entry seized my attention. Found another door in the root cellar today. It shouldn't be there. The foundation plans show solid wall. As the rain continued its melodic symphony, I reclined in my chair, pondering those cryptic words. Despite my countless visits to the root cellar in my youth, the memory of an extra door eluded me. The aged leather of my reading chair sighed softly as I shifted my weight, harmonizing with the faint groans of the time-worn wooden beams somewhere within the house. Rising soundlessly, my bare feet cushioned by plush carpet, I glided towards the kitchen, where the cellar door beckoned at the end of a dim corridor, its brass handle catching the glimmer of light above. With a simple turn of the old key, the door swung open smoothly, ushering me into a realm steeped in cool, earthy scents. The root cellar, a space redolent of history and sustenance, greeted me with its familiar embrace, stone walls, ancient shelves, and whispers of harvests long past. But amidst the known, a subtle anomaly drew my gaze to a peculiar section of the wall. Tracing the mortar lines with my fingertips, I detected a hidden recess. A hushed click, a gentle push, and a clandestine staircase unveiled itself, leading into the unknown depths below. The steps, crafted from the same sturdy stone as the foundation, bore no marks of time's passage. The air wafting upwards carried a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of sunlit gardens in bloom. Though my grandmother's journal had hinted at this hidden passage, its purpose remained shrouded in mystery. Yet there was a sense of comfort in the flawless construction of the staircase, a silent invitation to explore the enigma it guarded. Seated atop the first step, I surrendered to the warm current billowing from below, cocooning me in a timeless embrace. The rain's serenade faded, replaced by a subtle hum, akin to the whisper of wind through seashells. In this subterranean sanctuary, time unfurled languidly, each moment stretching like molasses, dripping with unhurried grace. Descending further, the quality of light metamorphosed, suffused with a golden glow that seemed to dance with unseen energies. The walls pulsated with iridescent patterns, shifting and undulating in silent rhythms. The staircase curved gently, guiding me deeper into the labyrinthine heart of the house, where echoes of distant melodies and murmurs tantalized my senses, only to retreat into the ethereal backdrop when pursued. Arriving at a modest landing, my eyes beheld cryptic inscriptions adorning the walls in an unfamiliar script, alive and fluid as though inked by unseen hands. Another staircase spiraled downward, yet an unspoken intuition urged me to pause, to linger in this realm of enigmatic whispers and vibrating stones. Seated upon the landing, enveloped in the warm caress of unseen forces, I marveled at the equilibrium of this hidden space, neither menacing nor inviting, but simply existing as an immutable truth. Retracing my steps, I ascended the staircase, the hidden door closing with a muted click as I emerged back into my study. The rain's nocturne still serenading the night. A revelation awaited me within my grandmother's journal, a faint inscription beneath the mention of the hidden door. Some questions are answers in themselves. Some doors exist not to be passed through, but to remind us of what lies beyond our understanding. The enigma of the staircase lingered, a testament to the liminal space between knowledge and wonder, certainty and intuition. On quiet nights, when the house sighed into its foundations and rain tapped softly against the glass, whispers of that subterranean sanctuary would brush against my consciousness, carrying the essence of a reality beyond reach. The journal now rests in my desk drawer, a testament to the twilight realm where mysteries reside, inviting contemplation rather than resolution. And in those moments of suspended disbelief, I find solace in the gentle unknown, a refuge where questions find solace and dreams intertwine with reality, like a tapestry woven by shadows and whispers in the hushed embrace of a rainy autumn eve. Story 44. The soft patter of raindrops on stone echoed through the ancient cave, creating a serene melody as I stood at its entrance, my lantern casting a warm glow on the weathered walls. The air held the earthy scent of damp moss and mineral-rich water, a fragrance untouched by human hands for centuries. As a geologist, I had traversed many caves, but this one felt special, almost intimate, as if the very rock whispered secrets to me. My footsteps murmured softly as I ventured further, each step blending with a gentle splash of water droplets forming puddles below stalactites. The limestone formations caught the flicker of my lantern, casting dancing shadows that seemed alive. Pausing to touch the cool, damp wall, I felt the stories etched in its textures, tales of millions of years in the making. The tunnel widened into a chamber, its ceiling soaring beyond my lantern's reach. The space resonated with the melodic drip of water into small pools, creating a symphony that filled the chamber. Moving on, my boots left faint imprints in the silt covering the ground. Something caught my eye, delicate footprints in the silt, not mine. Fresh and mysterious, they appeared and vanished as if a ghostly dancer had graced the chamber. As I followed the enigmatic footprints deeper, the outside rain's whisper faded, replaced by the gentle drip of water and another sound, subtle but distinct, the echo of footsteps, always just ahead. Curiosity led me on, the passages twisting into natural archways adorned with sparkling mineral formations. The footsteps ahead seemed to guide me unerringly through the maze, never faltering at intersections. Time slipped away as I walked, the sweet scent of minerals filling the air. Shadows danced at the corner of my vision, but when I turned, they vanished, leaving me to follow the footsteps that now echoed my heartbeat. The path led upward, defying gravity, drawing me to a series of shelves on the cave wall. The footprints ascended, accompanied by a soft, wordless melody that seemed to emanate from the very rock. The humming filled the chamber, the air vibrating with its energy, shadows dancing in response. Sitting on a smooth boulder, I let the melody envelop me. Water droplets fell in harmony with the music, creating golden ripples in the pools. Time lost meaning as I swayed to the cave's song, feeling at peace. The footsteps danced around me, a silent celebration of ancient rhythms. When I rose to leave, the footprints had vanished, the humming fading as I retraced my steps. The cave felt different, as if we shared a secret now. At the entrance, a single set of footprints appeared beside me, walking past and disappearing into the sunlight. As I gazed back into the darkness, the cave whispered a final echo, not of footsteps, but of laughter, a dreamlike farewell. Sometimes, in other caves, I hum that mystical melody, and in the quietest moments, I hear distant footsteps matching my tune, always just out of reach. Story 45. The rain's gentle patter against ancient stone walls set a soothing rhythm that echoed through the grand castle's deserted halls. In my temporary quarters, I observed as water droplets lazily traced patterns down leaded glass windows, illuminated by distant lightning flashes. The flickering candlelight cast warm shadows that seemed to breathe with the flames' dance. As the newly appointed caretaker of this magnificent structure, my arrival coincided with the onset of autumn storms. The previous caretaker had departed abruptly, leaving behind a leather-bound journal filled with cryptic notes and peculiar observations. The pages exuded an aged mustiness, tinged with the lingering scent of lavender or dried roses that hung in the air upon each opening. The castle itself stood as a testament to medieval craftsmanship, its weathered stones holding within them centuries of untold tales. Time-muted tapestries adorned the walls, narrating stories of feasts and celebrations long past. In the quietest moments, when the wind hushed, whispers of ancient revelry seemed to drift through the corridors on a perpetual draft. As the storm intensified that night, peculiar movements of shadows across the great hall caught my attention. The candlelight seemed to cling to something intangible, akin to watching smoke meander through water. It evoked memories of an entry from the old caretaker's journal, referencing what he termed the castle's breath. Initially dismissed as fanciful musings, I now harbored doubts. Descending the spiral staircase, my steps muffled by a thick carpet runner, the air grew cooler, carrying the earthy scent of the castle's foundations. The vast hall sprawled before me, its ceiling disappearing into darkness above. Rain drummed against the high windows, providing a tranquil backdrop to my exploration. Certain areas felt different as I moved through, with patches of air slightly warmer or cooler than their surroundings, akin to sun-warmed spots on a cloudy day, though no sun shone within. Consulting the journal, I discovered the previous caretaker's mapping of these anomalies, dubbed the castle's breath. Tapestries stirred without a detectable breeze. Approaching one depicting a medieval hunt, a sensation of being observed, not menacingly but with curiosity, enveloped me. Retracing the caretaker's experiences documented in the journal, I discerned patterns in the castle's behavior. Rooms warming before a storm, tapestries shifting in specific sequences, and the air pulsating with a rhythmic breath akin to a sleeping giant's. Hours slipped by as I made my own notes alongside the old ones. Despite the storm's crescendo outside, within the castle's walls, a sense of peace enveloped me. The thunder, rather than menacing, resembled the contented sighs of an ancient being. Lightning illuminated stained glass windows in vibrant bursts, casting colorful dances on stone floors. In the library, a remarkable discovery awaited. The old caretaker had observed books rearranging themselves on stormy nights, their spines aligning in intriguing patterns that caught the candlelight uniquely. It felt not ominous, but like witnessing a clandestine performance, a sharing of mysteries by the castle. As the grandfather clock told midnight, the room's temperature shifted once more. A charged atmosphere settled, akin to the calm before a summer rain, wrapping me in a gentle warmth. Drawn to a section where the old caretaker had spent much time, I noticed shadows dancing uniquely, almost resembling writing on the walls. Translating these ethereal messages, I delved deeper into the castle's living essence. The stones exhaled memories, sharing them with those attuned to listen. In the journal's final entry, the previous caretaker's words resonated. The castle doesn't reveal its secrets. It shares them, like a grandmother sharing stories. Mysteries aren't to be solved but experienced, lived within. Each night brings new whispers, patterns, and ancient breaths. Penning my first entry in a new journal, the storm persisted against the castle walls. Shadows continued their waltz, tapestries shifted, and the air pulsed with enigmatic warmth. I realized my role wasn't to uncover the castle's secrets, but to be part of its ongoing tale, to contribute my breath to its ancient rhythm. The flickering candlelight mingled my shadow with others on the walls. A soft creak in the distance signaled another page turning in the castle's endless story. Amidst the storm's embrace, I found not just a position, but a home within these living walls, where each night brought whispers of old tales and shadows held promises of gentle mysteries waiting to be shared.